atomic gigantification was a sweeping Japan nation when along came a dude with an ultra attitude, a Kamen rider who's the greatest kicker of Japan. And of all, man, life's too short now, baby, to not talk big now, baby.
Alrighty, welcome back to a brand new episode or live stream of Kaiju Conversation. I am your host Elijah, and joining me today is Jetto Jaguar, apparently. Oh, it's a lot of Jet Jaguars.
All right, come on. You had that epic intro. I had to have one too.
Of course. But you can't beat the Kaiju Conversation rap. You just
I don't
can't.
know. Jet Jaguar's theme from Godzilla Unleashed sounds like his professional wrestling entrance, you know?
This is true.
All right, enough of this silliness. Oh, wait. I forgot what show I'm on.
Yeah, this is Kaiju Conversation. This isn't your game, it's my game.
Oh.
Yeah.
That sounded like a thinly veiled threat there.
Nah, not really. And it's live from somebody's basement. It's
somebody's
Kaiju Conversation. little nod to my my favorite show on late night Saturday television, Saturday Night Live. So yes, we are back. We are Kaiju Conversation, and we are doing our monthly stream. This time I have the lovely Nathan Marchand on to talk about what
I've been called lots of things, but I don't think lovely is one of them.
Lovely. Yes, quite.
Lovely. Yes, quite.
Oh boy.
Start the yes, quite count right now.
Ding. So, for anybody who didn't tune into the first episode, Kaiju Conversation Live is a unscripted, unplanned live stream that will happen until we run out of stuff to talk about and becomes boring. So, with Danny, it was 5 hours. Do you think you can beat Danny?
I don't know. We'll find out. I do have to podcast with our friend Michael tomorrow.
Oh, I got a podcast after. Okay, little side note here. So I've been prepping for this since I got off of work. I went into work at 7:30, got out at 4. I came straight here, and at 4:30 I started working on prepping for the live stream. So from 4:30 to 7, I've been working on the live stream. I'll do the live stream, then I got to research and work on the podcast episode because I'm recording later tonight. And that will go until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So I'm going to have like 12 hours of Kaiju Conversation.
This is why you need one of these.
Actually, so I have 2. I drink 2 of these every podcast. It's the Alani energy drinks. They don't sponsor
Alani, those girly things?
Yes, but they have 200 milligrams of caffeine. They keep me up.
Oh, you know what? Like you should try these. I just discovered these recently. They're called XS. They only have 80 milligrams of caffeine, but they have like 5,000% of B vitamins.
Yeah, but I need the caffeine. I need it so when I'm holding this pen, it's not shaking like this, it's shaking like this. That's the goal.
Okay, Twitchy.
Kim says, when does this child sleep? And the answer is never. I quite literally never sleep. Last night, yesterday, I went to do some errands for the house, and then I started door dashing. I didn't plan on door dashing, but I started door dashing for like 4 hours. And then I went and ate, and then I went home, and then I realized, oh, I have to watch the movie for the podcast. So then I stayed up till like 5 a.m, And then I went to bed, and I had to be up at 7:30. And Danny's right here as well. Elijah, always the bastion of healthy life.
Bastion.
Bastion. Oh God. Okay, so I had to go to school today. School. Work has me go to school. It's weird. And I had to say the word accomplishments. Apparently, I couldn't say the word accomplishment.
Look at you. You can't even do it now.
I can't even do it now.
I have a friend named Joy Metter, who's been on the Monster and Film Vault, one of my podcasts, a couple of times. And for whatever reason, for the life of her, she can't say the word facetious. She can say each syllable by itself, but if she tries to string them together, it's a no-go.
That's like Massachusetts. Wait, did I just say it right?
Yes, you just said Massachusetts.
I just said it right. Let's look at that. I'm doing better.
But here's the question. Do you say Illinois or Illinois?
It depends on how I'm feeling.
Ah, gotcha.
It's like, well, like I say Marisaroni and cheese instead of mac. Look, I do some weird stuff. Marisaroni and cheese.
You're starting to sound perilously similar to one of the kids who was in the high school English class I subbed for yesterday, who just kept rambling very loudly about weird things to the point where I questioned his sobriety.
Wow. Danny said here, I'm gonna show up to your place with my Ghidorah squeaky hammer and conk you in the head.
I'm still jealous that you have the squeaky hammer and I don't. I missed out on it.
That I would honestly try that. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
I would pay money to see this.
I think it'd be funny. I think it'd be absolutely funny.
Apparently, Danny has a side hustle as the Sandman, but he just bonks people on the head.
He's the Ghidorah man.
The Ghidorah man.
With a plan.
With a plan, yes.
Yes, quite.
Yes, quite.
There we go. It's just going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening. So, Kim wants the I think we all want the squeaky hammer. We all want the squeaky hammer.
Go support Toku Toy Town. Jay is doing the Lord's work. If I had thought of it, I actually should have grabbed the figures that the Terror of Mechagodzilla figures that I bought from Jay.
Yeah, see, I still haven't purchased anything off of Toku Toy Town. Words are hard, man. Words are hard.
You must use them. You are a podcaster and a live streamer. You need your words.
Yes, I need to be articulate, which apparently I can't say. At school today, we were like looking over things that are not appropriate to say in the workplace, and a lot of it made sense. I was like, okay, yes, I get this. Like, obviously, we're not going to ask people this. And one said, one of them was, "You're very articulate." Now, I'm a theater kid. No, I'm not. I'm not a theater kid. I did theater. And
I've been confused for a theater kid too. I understand.
And I was like, in the thing they said not to say is, "You're very articulate." And I was like, I've been told that. I take that as a compliment. It's great. So I don't understand. I thought it was a nice thing. I'd love to be told I'm articulate. Speaking of articulate, books also can be very articulate. And we
nice segue.
Yes, great segue. And we have somebody joining us here from all the way in wherever he's at. I don't know if he's in his basement live for Kaiju Conversation. I'm not even in my basement, but I thought it was funny. We have Mr. Mark Bailey on the stream as well.
Hello,
sir.
Good evening, everybody, gentlemen.
How are you?
My cat has just come to visit us. This is Roxy. Isn't she cute?
Aww.
She's a sweet cat. And she's got a little white tip on her tail. Look at that. Isn't that neat?
Oh, that's cute.
My mom calls it a tail light.
A tail light. Oh,
It's very.
there you
Now
go.
she's gonna-
I got
now
the
she's gonna run
soundboard at
away.
the ready.
So I'm wearing my Godzilla hat.
Nice.
Appropriate.
All right. And it just occurs to me, between the three of us, we probably have an incredible stash of Godzilla related stuff. Like the DVDs right behind me. This is all.
Yeah.
That's there's some of them are pretty collectible.
You missed it at the beginning, but I have the full set of the Mondo Jet Jaguars.
Really?
I was showing them off right at the beginning.
Oh,
of the
they're
stream.
beautiful.
Yeah, I love these things.
They're slightly deformed. The heads are bigger.
No, it's the art style.
That's what I
they're all
mean.
supposed to look like that.
Yeah, hold on.
See, I'm not near my collections. Oh, the Tokyo vinyl.
Oh no! Oh, those things are nuts.
They're really cute.
Yes, they are.
I bought them at an event in New York City, and when I finally know a Godzilla fan who's having a kid, I'm probably going to donate this to their bedroom.
Oh.
Aw.
So.
All right, Elijah, start having kids. You get more collectibles.
Right, and this Jet Jaguar I got at a toy show for like $5.
Yeah.
So that's my speed.
Yep,
That's a
that's the
steal.
Bandai
It is.
Jet. I have that one.
It is.
too.
I saw this in the drive-in theater like 1976. I was
Mhm.
young, had hair, and like you guys, when you watch a Godzilla movie, there's just this cool factor that just absolutely bakes your brain, and it really impressed upon us. We've been loving this stuff since we were very young, so I couldn't resist this robot. So I want to thank the both of you personally for being a part of my book. It's our book of Giant Bug Cinema, a Monster Kid's Guide. So that is cool. You guys were gentlemen. You were a lot of fun to work with. You're both very knowledgeable, and you really know your stuff. And each of you brought your own different particular flavor in your writing styles. And some of these movies were not that great, but all of them did have some kind of viewing value. And you guys did a great job. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I know. Elijah is the one who actually told me about this project.
Yep.
He said, "Hey, you want to join in on it?" I'm like, "Oh, sure." So I contacted you and I said, "Okay, what movies do you have left?" And I'm like, "Oh, none of the good ones." So I ended up with Monster from Green Hell, which I had actually never seen before. So it was an experience, to say the least.
At least it had a little bit of stop motion animation in it. And the movie was not completely awful.
No.
It was not good.
Which I did bring forward in my little essay there, because I did talk about how there's some interesting things in it. The female lead is not just some screaming damsel in distress. She's a little bit more proactive, but she's used. So she shows up so late that she doesn't get to contribute as much to the story, and the ending is a little odd. It's a little bit, like I said, it's a little bit like War of the Worlds, where quote unquote nature fixes its own problem, which is odd because nature didn't make the problem. They were at what were they? I'm trying to remember. What were they in that? What were the monsters in that? I can't remember now.
We were in Africa.
Yeah, there was in Africa. I'm just trying to remember what kind of
wasps.
insects. They were wasps. Yeah, the
Non-flying wasps.
Yeah, the wasps were nuclear. Well, not nuclear, but they were mutants. They were unnatural.
Right.
So,
for a low budget film, I think they managed to sneak in some weird stuff, and the movie was so cheaply made that they were just like, all right, do it. And some writer and director team said, you know what, we can have a little bit of fun with this.
Mm-hmm.
It did have some unique moments to it, so that was cool.
Yeah.
You were going to say?
I was just going to say, because I'm not sure if everybody listening knows what exactly we're talking about, so I just wanted to take a quick second here to explain why all three of us are on this stream and what we're going to devote a little time here to. And that is, so Giant Bug Cinema, A Monster Kid's Guide, is a book. Mr. Bailey here reached out.
I apologize. I just spilled. My wife just gave me ginger beer, and I just spilled the glass. Everything is fine. It's caught, but I'm just like talking to you guys, and I'm like, it's not pretty.
Oops.
Yeah, could you give me a towel? Thank you. I'm a dummy because it's very good ginger beer. No, just
featuring
it's
a cameo
right.
appearance by Mrs. Bailey.
That's she didn't take my last name. Her last name was Roboski, but she's still my wife. In the eyes of God and the government. So, that's my mom, Mrs. Bailey.
Oh, okay.
Elijah, you were saying.
Yes. So you reached out to me. I want to say, was it?
Anywhere. That's my wife. Can't take me anywhere. Paper towels.
Sorry.
Hello.
As you were.
I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I want to say you reached out to me. Was it 2 years ago now?
About that.
Oh my God, that was so long ago.
It was you and I, Elijah and I had the pleasure of meeting in 2018. The woman we just met sent me to G Fest as my as an engagement present, and she has no desire to go to this. She's just the supportive spouse partner that all of us need. That if you do not have somebody who's as in love with this stuff as you are, and somebody who's at least going to tolerate it, I'm 53 years old and I'm buying robots. But I get the bills paid. I don't I'm not on drugs. I don't have a gambling problem. I have a robot. I have a robot.
Just a little bit of caffeine, right? Like
I have a robot and a bug problem. And Elijah and I had met at G Fest, and we were both involved in. They didn't have it anymore, but the film screenings. There was a film competition, amateur film, and he and I had hit it off and stayed in touch since then. My original attempt to get this book done really didn't go very well, so I decided to do it on my own. And I said, all right, I need 28 new writers. I took it almost all from scratch. All right, let me find the people that love this stuff. I can't pay anybody, so I have to basically any money that this makes, it's going to go to charity. It's going to go to ASPCA.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cut some kind of a report. Once the check comes in, I'm going to take a little estimated income tax off the top, and the rest of it will be a donation lump sum to ASPCA, and that'll be that. But I had to get that said. I had to get people involved who were willing to write 1,250 words about a movie of varying degrees of quality. Some of them, they're all worth it. They are all entertaining in some way. Some of them are much better than others. Elijah, you had a good movie.
Yes,
I did.
Okay, and that's why Nathan's jealous. I gave him a stinker. I gave him. Did you like the process, Elijah?
Wait, say the question one more time.
Did you like writing? Did you like writing the chapter?
Yeah. So, you had reached out to me, and I want to say it was because I had posted on my Facebook status that I was a writer for Kaiju Ramen, an independent quarterly magazine. And writing is just something I enjoy. It's like a nice little side hobby.
Right.
Maybe I go a little too far sometimes. Nathan knows what I'm talking about.
I'm still fighting with that article.
How do you go too far?
Too many words.
Really?
Way too many words.
You're verbose.
Like 2 times the limit.
You delivered. You did not give me. There were some people that did not. If they didn't give you the word count, they had incredibly short paragraphs, and the space after a paragraph can be nuanced in the software that I'm using. And we only have 4 pages about this big to fill. And when some people just get creative and give you more than you can handle, and you got to like, okay, can you trim this down a little bit? And it was, you're project managing 28 different people of varying degrees. Some were very new and some were seasoned. And, one guy he's a screenwriter in Hollywood. And so it ran the gamut. Everything that was written was good. Okay. Everything was good. But again, thank you. You were one of the first people to come on board when I had Giant Bug Cinema 2.0, which is the version we're now celebrating. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the book was done. It took about 3 years to collect all the people together. I had a couple of friends who were also contributors, Steve and Lisa. They edited the book for me, and then I started submitting it, and the book got picked up within an hour of me sending out submissions, and I was just like, okay. You know, I'm not bragging. I am shocked. We caught lightning in a bottle. It was a good product, and it was a fun concept, and the art was cool. That's what I can see. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I do have a chapter in here. It's very brief, about the Deadly Mantis. I do love that film, but it was
What I remember best about the Deadly Mantis is the MST3K episode.
Yeah.
I have a mantis in my pantis.
I haven't seen MST3K in a couple of years, but it's done a lot to keep some of these movies alive in the public consciousness. And when I on the East Coast in Jersey, I go to an event called Chiller Theater every once in a while, and I did meet a guy who was buying movies that he originally saw on MST3K.
Mhm.
He was buying them straight, and he wanted to see. He was basically, and I thought that was cool. Like, you know, fine, you can make fun of the movies, but he also really had a deeper curiosity and saw that there may have been a little bit more going on underneath the hood. So
Mhm.
he did
Yeah,
that.
MST3K, I think, really actually brought a lot of obscure B movies to a lot of people's attention. Most famously, I know this is a little bit of a tangent, but most famously, Manos, The Hands of Fate, which
Yeah.
probably would have faded forever into obscurity. They found it somehow, probably sitting on a shelf randomly in a video store,
Yeah.
covered it on their show, and it became one of the most popular episodes of the show. And now that dang movie is on Blu-ray and had sequels made.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't
Yeah.
know that. But there are
Well, yeah,
other far superior movies that are not on Blu-ray, but this thing is now.
I
'Cause
know.
the market's there.
Like, I own a copy of Birdemic Shock and Terror. Have you guys seen that?
I have.
Elijah?
Only on riff tracks.
I haven't. It's on my list.
It's not. You could literally watch 30 seconds here, 10 minutes there. This is not highbrow cinema. You would get it. This not just the movie, but the guy who made it has his own story about, you know, how do these bad movies get made, and it's fascinating, absolutely fascinating that this guy thought he was making something good, and it was terrible. It was absolutely awful, but it did get mentioned on like the New York Times. So once again, like lightning in a bottle, you know, you take what you're given and ride it until the wheels fall off. So
I mean, there's actually, I found out, this is the ironic thing for Monster from Green Hell.
Yeah.
If you want to rent it to stream it on Amazon Prime, which is what I did, it'll cost you, I think, $2, but you can get a joke fan, or not fan, but a humorous redub of the movie for free. On Amazon Prime.
You might not miss much. But the only thing I didn't care about the MST3K, the crowd, the show itself is funny, but there's a lot of people now that are being, you know, that start to pipe in when I'm watching a legitimate movie. Like, you know, we saw, well, it hasn't happened in a few years, thankfully, but there are some people who decide to chime in when you're at a movie theater, and the shame of it is a lot of people aren't funny, and that's and I'm not saying I am or you guys are or aren't. I'm just saying comedy is incredibly hard to be good at, but when you're just cracking jokes and messing up everyone else's time, you're not making friends, man. You are not winning. So I'm going to drink the last of my spilled ginger beer. So speaking of comedy, do you guys know any of the other writers?
So I haven't. I'll be honest here. I don't know any of them. I know you and I know Nathan.
That's fine. There's no shame in that. It doesn't make it. Well, you're a bad person for other reasons, but you're a horrible.
We call him the littlest gatekeeper for a reason.
Yeah, you're just the littlest gatekeeper. So there. And you know, it has been written in an astonishing insecto script. I'm so proud of that little graphic on the bottom.
Yeah, that is funny.
It is just the whole concept behind it is giant bug. The word cinema is often referred to movie house stuff like The Bicycle Thief and movies from overseas. These wonderful, wonderful films made, and guys like you would probably appreciate because you like, weird things and you're open to those kind of experiences. So when I came out, it was kind of this title. I'm like, giant bug cinema, because none of these movies are cinema. They're all, some of them are, a good chunk of them are B movies and they're rather flunky, but they all have an entertainment value uniquely their own. So that's where the title came from.
Mm-hmm.
And the art, strangely enough, this whole thing, the little dark green patch, came from the movie poster for Monster from Green Hell.
Oh, interesting.
Hold on. Oh, I'm going to get my finger in there. 1 second.
Oh, no. He's going to go grab it off the shelf.
I know. I've got a DVD somewhere. Watch, now I can't find it. And that would be just loopy.
Well, while we're waiting for him to come back, Elijah, you should finally tell us what movie you covered. You never did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, dude?
So I got the privilege to cover a Godzilla movie. I talked briefly about this in my episode covering the movie that I wrote about, and I was able to get Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, which going back to what you mentioned earlier, Mark, about going and seeing Godzilla versus Megalon in theaters.
Yep.
Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster was probably one of my first, I want to say, 3 Godzilla movies I saw. I watched them on VHS. I remember I specifically watched the Anchor Bay VHS of Ghidorah.
Do you still have the VHS tapes?
I do.
Good.
I do.
No, do not get rid of them. Those are beautiful collectibles. The artwork is fantastic in its badness. But that movie is my personal favorite. I don't know why it is not the best. It has flaws, but Ghidorah.
Is this what you were looking for?
Huh?
I can't add it to the stream. You have to do it. Is this what you were looking for?
I would say Monster from Green Hell movie poster.
Okay. I'll keep looking.
Just you literally put in that thread in your Google search or whatever search, or your Bing or Flunky. We cut off Elijah. I apologize, sir.
It's all good. So I got to cover that movie, and for me, it was something really special because Ghidorah was also the first Toho Godzilla movie I got to see in theaters. A local cinema showed it a few years ago. They showed it, and I have photos from it, and I remember watching it.
Forgive me. How old were you when you saw that in the theater?
Oh God. Let's see. It had to be 2019, which is 4 years ago. Oh, I don't like
really
that.
Cool. That's really cool. That's total bragging rights.
I remember I was watching it, and I've seen Ghidorah hundreds of times.
Right.
Without the David Khaled commentary, with the David Khaled commentary, with the Japanese audio. I've watched it every single way. But there was something about seeing it in the theater. And specifically when we got to the final fights. Real quick, I'm going to pull this up here, the poster.
You found it?
Is this the one?
I just sent it to Nathan.
Oh, okay.
No, look on Facebook, and I just sent you what the young people say, a messenger.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea anymore. I'm so behind on technology.
Oh, okay. I wasn't seeing that one.
All right. So can you share that with everybody?
Does
it really matter? I don't know. Anyway, Elijah, go.
So during the final fight, I'm watching it and I'm hearing Ifukube's sound track. I'm watching the suit actors fight it out in the suits and everything.
Right.
And it was different. For once, it wasn't, I'd seen it on VHS, I'd seen it on DVD, I'd seen it on Blu-ray. I had watched it so many ways. I know the movie front to back. but watching the final fight in theaters hit really deep for me.
Right.
I realized something about the movies that I had never understood, and it was these movies were meant to be seen on a big screen. And watching the final fight, I remember specifically the scene where where Mothra goes to fight Ghidorah by herself, and Ghidorah just starts beating the living crap out of Mothra.
She gets all shot up.
Mhm. And then all of a sudden, the camera pans right and up, and you see Godzilla trotting down the mountain, and the Ifukube theme hits. And I remember when I saw that, I got tears in my eyes, and
got emotional.
I was like, I knew what was coming. I've seen all of this. What was different? But it was the fact that I could hear and I could feel and I could see everything that was happening on screen.
Right.
And that alone, like, that movie went from one of my, like, almost the best to probably one of the bests for me. Was just that experience alone. So getting to write about it was really, to me, it was real personal, because I could, in an actual book, I could write about a movie that I grew up with and learn to have a new appreciation for. And so when I did that, I made sure, and I just thought the whole time, I have to do the best. I have to bring out something that I've never done before. I have to hit exactly on the mark. I have to write the best review ever.
Right.
And then I did. I spent a few days on what ended up only being about, I want to say it was 4 paragraphs. But I had to get the perfect review.
Wow.
And from there, I sent it to you, and you did all of your magic, and everybody else that worked on it did their magic. And then months later, here it is.
Yeah.
And then it came out, and now I'm holding it. And then I'm gonna pull up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll see the green frame,
Mm-hmm.
and the orange and the green kind of work together. And then I said, this kind of works. So this was a long time ago that I came up with this concept, and it just worked. So
That's so cool.
yeah. In the background of the cover, I had the titles of each movie. Some people were a little confused that I included Matinee from 1993 for a book that's supposed to stop at 1968, but I included it because Matinee is set in the late 60s.
Oh, it's early 60s.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because the Cuban Missile Crisis. Mm-hmm.
Kennedy was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
So that was just a very good homage to the whole Monster Kid culture. So it's kind of neat. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So what else do you guys do with this experience that you're having right now?
Well, we have another reason to be bringing up this book, because I think it was you who told me about it, Mark. You got a hold of me. It's like, hey, guess what? You got nominated for an award.
Yep, you did.
So I've got that page pulled up right now, because we got to let everybody know about this. It was nominated. Give me a second here, for a Rondo.
Yep, Rondo Hatton.
Yep. For those who don't know, you want to tell everybody what the Rondo Awards are?
Classic Monster Movie Award. How else would you explain that? It's been around for like 20-something years, and it's basically hardcore fans and aficionados who somehow make media about classic monster movies. And I knew early on, us getting nominated for this award was part of this very, very long-term plan that I had 3 years ago. So it's incredibly cool to finally have the nod.
Yeah. So Rondo Awards, they're focused on horror media.
Yep.
So there's stuff in there for podcasts, for magazines, movies, all kinds of stuff. And Giant Bug Cinema was nominated for Book of the Year Nonfiction.
Right. I think we're up against like 28 other books. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is the full list of all the books.
Right. But ours has the coolest title.
Yeah.
Our book has the most. That's what I want. That's why I picked Giant Bug Cinema, because somebody's going to scroll down that list and say Giant Bug. You know, some people get a little fancy, and you know, there was a guy that I was originally working with. He wanted to call the book Insect Attack with a very lengthy statement underneath that ended with Giant Bug Cinema. I'm like, no, you don't get it. We're talking used car salesman, okay? This is like a really sleazy roadside booth of a book, okay? Go with it. Just go with it, and the kitsch is what's really important.
Right. Right. But
so
sorry.
So yeah, I carpet bombed everybody with messages. I'm like, I made a small ad about voting for our book. And,
yes. This is the thing we need to mention, is that all of you right now who are watching or listening to this, because I'm recording this so that we can share, so Elijah and I can share it on our podcast feeds to let everybody know this part of our discussion. You can go to the Rondo Awards website and you yourselves can vote for all of these categories. That is how the winners are selected. Right. So you can make this happen for me and Elijah and Mark and the how many total writers did you say you had? 28?
It's what I call the magic 28.
Yeah. And
that's
the other 25 people who are in this lovely book.
Right.
This is going to be great.
The one thing we have that a lot of other people don't is that we have 28 writers. We have 28 contributors on this. And I'm not asking, do not vote twice. There are very strict rules about overdoing it. They have, and also it's just, the guy who runs the Rondos is a one-man show, and let's not give him a headache. So just vote once and be fair. But geometrically, we have 28 writers, and how much will that progress out if each of them goes to their social networks and asks? And so one cool thing I heard from the Rondos themselves is when one of the writers, a guy named Alan Dashna, he wrote and submitted our book, and the guy who runs the Rondos wrote him back and said, I've heard a lot of good things about this book. That's us. That's everyone, all of you. The two of you are, this is much yours as it is mine. I'm just the idea man. Yes, I, by sheer will of insanity, I got this thing done. But no, the two of you and everyone else listed on the bottom here, this all belongs to all of you. So please be very, very proud of what you've done. You are both Rondo nominated writers. So
yes, I'm really excited about this.
Yeah.
If I will tell you right now, if and when we win, I will flip out.
Oh God, you'll hear me scream, without a phone call. You just hear, is that Mark? Yeah, that'll be,
the only thing we'll have to figure out is, I don't know, is there like a plaque or something that you get? How do you send that out to 28 people?
Cut it down for 28 people.
Yeah, cut it up like a Hershey bar,
I don't know. I know a lot of people who have been trying to get a Rondo for years and they didn't. And I understand momentum makes it kind of feel like it's going to go our way, but don't get deceived by that. Don't let let's just eyes on the prize. If anybody can get any kind of notoriety out of being involved in this book and being Rondo nominated, go for it. This belongs to all of you now. Okay. I don't know how the Rondos work behind the scenes. It's really a lot of it is beyond me. So yes, be hopeful, but also let's just be realistic.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then I think we need to pull an Oscars here, and one of us needs to go up and be Will Smith and slap somebody at the Rondos.
Slap somebody, I don't know if we're gonna slap them with my book.
Yeah, there you go.
Stop it. And some of the other books we're up against are, I understand. We all know what it's like to pour your soul into something and want to see it do well. And, and fine, all of us are so uniquely, just incredibly zeroed in on this one result that we won't know until next month.
Oh, actually, Danny's got an explanation for the prize here.
What's that? Danny?
Our friend Danny.
Oh, in the comments?
Yeah. He says, the award is a statue of Rondo Hatton's beautiful face. I imagine they'll carve it up with a hot iron and ship 28 pieces out to each writer.
I would, if I had the money, I would actually pay to have mini Rondos made and sent out to people. A little, what are the 3D printer? That would be, I think that would be like a medallion. You could wear it like.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be.
Otherwise, Mark, I would say it should go to you. You're the one who put this whole thing together.
Oh yeah, I'm keeping that award. Or we would have to share it out. Like, just mail it. You get it for a week.
You get it for a week. You ship it to the next guy.
And then it would be like, if you ever heard the funny stories about how the Stanley Cup was treated back in the day. They found it in someone's basement. They did that as an award for professional sports. It was incredibly abused.
Wow.
So yeah, there would be people taking pictures with this Rondo Award at a bar or in a men's bathroom at a truck stop, or anything you could imagine, which would kind of add to the award. Yeah. So who is this? Daniel
DeMana. He's a friend of ours. He runs the Godzilla novelization project.
Wow. Nice to meet you, Dan.
He's also apparently a talented actor and singer.
Have I seen him in anything?
Well, he's been on both. No, he hasn't been on Kaiju Conversation. He's been on my podcast. He, as both an actor, a co-host, and he's done singing. He sang the theme song for Elijah's show.
He did. Now, let me ask you a question, Mark. Have you seen the cinematic masterpiece known as Zillafoot?
I saw the trailer for it. I saw the trailer.
Now, if you watch that, you'll see a work he's in and I'm in.
Do you recommend it?
We're
challenging each other.
Pure cinema. Have you ever wanted to see what would happen if Godzilla and King Kong had a baby and it fought an Ultraman pastiche?
Yeah.
There you go.
But have you heard of the Poloni brothers and their low budget horror stuff?
I have not.
Okay.
Sorry.
So imagine like just a group of friends that have no money, but they have a camera and they have a little bit of weird stuff, and they just use whatever they can to make them make a. I don't know if it's a movie.
I'm looking at the IMDb right now.
You might want to drink some alcohol. Then it might be fun.
That's funny.
Danny is freaking out in the chat.
Really?
Danny says, "Do not recommend Zillafoot."
No, the exact word is,
I'm not a
"Dear
nice
God,
man,
do not recommend Zillafoot to this nice man."
There is some serious skullduggery coming out of this, so I am not a nice man. Dear God, do not recommend Zillafoot to this man. It's all right. I got people to write for this, so, and again, they're not all bad, so trust me. There was a quote by Stan Lee, Marvel Comics, and I have never been able to find it, and I heard it on television, and maybe the memory has just become elastic and changed and evolved over years, but it was something like, he didn't make fun of bad movies, but he did say, I'm surprised that they turned out as good as they did, that things went as well as they could. And this is a guy who has seen things unravel at that cost a great deal of money. And that always stuck with me about, this guy gets it. This guy can actually has some perspective in what it takes to make a movie. And yeah, sometimes you can't control the finished product, or it's incredibly hard to do that. And it's not that great. And you know what? It took a lot to do, and show it a little bit of love. I'm not saying that you should tell people something that is bad is actually good. No. It's, we were talking about Birdemic Shock and Terror. That is a bad movie, but it just has a great deal of entertainment value.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
that always stuck with me.
To that point,
Please.
I've posted about this on my social medias. I'm currently developing what will be my first feature-length film. And it's just me doing everything. And I don't expect it to be the next like Jaws. But there is a lot of work that goes into even at the tiniest level of production. There's so much that has to be done for every little thing. And we've been talking about your book, our book. I don't know what the technicality would be here, but I mean, it took years to get Giant Bug Cinema to the point of completion.
Yep.
And I think one of the best things that I've learned from this experience, this book, is how difficult it is to get a book from concept to completion. There is so many moving parts. I remember you said that once. You said there was a lot of moving parts to this. And that statement stuck with me for so long because I didn't think about that.
Yep.
But it eventually clicked. It was like, there is so much here. And all of that hard work and all of that effort that every one of us put in, whether it was the artwork or the typography or the actual writing or the editing or just the placement of everything, a ton of thought went into every little bit of this book. And to hear that from the get-go you had the dream of getting it nommed for a Rondo, it shines through because of how hard you worked on it and how hard everybody else worked on it. And to see the final product go to the point where you wanted it to go is really remarkable and quite commendable, because a lot of people, it's hard to say this, but a lot of people who are creatives have difficulties getting to that end goal because there are so many things that happen. Production is a mess, but it's fighting every roadblock to get to the next stop. And all of these films that are covered, from the Lost Spider Pit sequence all the way to Manatee, they all had roadblocks. They all had to fight something to get to completion.
Wait. Elijah, did you say Manatee?
Did I?
That sounded like Manatee.
Yeah.
You mean matinee?
Yes.
You said Manatee.
We might do a version of this book if it has aquatic mammals. 1950s aquatic mammal horror movies. Let him have it. Please. I grew up in Long Island, New York. We butcher the English language. Talk with my hands a lot. It's all right. Let him have man and feet.
I know. Yeah. I mean, I was like, wait, Elijah, were you a little less Dixie there for a second?
I think so. I need to articulate better.
There you go.
No, you said manatee beautifully.
Yes, you did.
Spot on. It's the wrong word, but it's okay. Big deal.
But
the two of you produce a lot of media as well, and you guys understand what it is to have a finished product and not get bogged down in unfinished products.
Mm-hmm.
I give presentations about monster movies in New York City, and I do another presentation about the ways we love bad movies. And I talk a little bit. I get a show of hands. I'm like, how many of you guys are creatives? You know, do you does anyone produce? Does anyone a filmmaker? Anyone a writer? And you start to get a show of hands. And once you start to make the audience feel, heard and feel important, they light up. They really hang on your every word. I do take them seriously. I'm not just doing this to dupe anybody, but I tell them, I'm like, finish what you start, or else you're going to have a hard drive full of broken dreams and unfinished products. And just finish what you start. And the two of you are exceptionally good at that. So you guys need to understand that now. The three of us are in very good company.
Mm-hmm.
This worked. And speaking to Elijah's filmmaking, because of a great deal of pre-planning. Like I'm an amateur animator. We storyboard everything. You make a small comic book of the movie first, of the animation first, and then you make it all happen cinematically. And the storyboards are a massive task unto themselves, because you're picturing camera shots, and you can imagine. But to speak to what you were talking about, being making your own next film and what you need to be successful, again, and this, it's pre-planning. Really get as much done as possible ahead of time, so you can deal with the curveballs that are going to come your way. And if you're good, the curveballs will spark a creative response that you hadn't thought of, and only make the work that much better and make you more resourceful for the next project. So listen to your Uncle Mark. Listen to your Uncle Mark. So I'm sorry, my cat was just, I'm looking at her and she was just cleaning herself and just like, and she's listening to the two of you. So she's really enjoying it.
So, I mean, if one thing that I want the listeners to get from this is, please go out there and not just for me. I know this is my show, but I'm not speaking for me when I say this. Please go support Giant Bug Cinema. Go vote appropriately for the Rondo. Go buy it off Amazon, whether it's the hard copy or the soft copy. Go to Bear Manor
Media.
Thank you. I need more caffeine.
No, you're fine.
Hell yeah, you got to try those energy drinks I was showing up to.
I know. I'm gonna have to. But go support this book, because it's not just something for me. It's for Nathan. It's for Mark. It's for the 25 others here that worked on this book.
Yeah, Elijah, in our private chat, I just sent links to both the Rondo Awards and the Amazon page for the book for you to share in the chat.
Okay.
So if people want to just go directly there right now while we're talking, they can go do that right now.
And for anybody listening, you can, I'm going to at least put in my show notes, Nathan. Go look in the show notes in the below description, and go and find those links and support this book, because a lot of hard work went into this. And it would mean the world to me to help support these other people who strive to do creative work, because creative work is hard, like Mark said. It's very difficult. And
just to give people we've talked about the ones that Elijah and I have written, but there's a whole swath of this. The theme obviously is about giant bugs in movies, and you get you mentioned the Lost Spider Pit sequence, but you also get some true classics in this covered, like Them. I think that's a genuinely good movie. The Black Scorpion, I think, is underestimated a little bit. And I'm looking here, The Incredible Shrinking Man, The Fly, the original Fly, let me see, Mothra, obviously, that's a classic. Godzilla versus the Thing, or Mothra versus Godzilla. So we got some Godzilla movies in this. Godzilla versus the Sea Monster. Son of Godzilla.
Yep.
The Quatermass in the Pit. That's an interesting one. Oh,
Yeah.
and we did talk about Matinee is in this as well.
Right. And Nathan, I just sent you a link, a Facebook message with the graphic to vote. I don't know if you want to use it in any capacity. It's okay if you cannot.
No, it's fine. I have actually used this, and actually, I think I will save this version now because that looks like the perfect dimensions to use as a thumbnail for the podcast.
Right. So what else do you guys do when you two get together in this environment, in this platform?
Oh, we're just chatting.
Right. No, I know it's free form, but obviously, kaiju movies, Godzilla movies. I'm in the middle of watching Pacific Rim.
Oh, yes.
My wife and I went to go see Guillermo del Toro, the Pinocchio exhibit at the MoMA in New York City, and that was wonderful. He's just wonderful at anything that he does. That's an insanely talented man. I love the first two Hellboy movies. He's a very good monster creator. So
he loves tokusatsu too.
He does.
Actually, I think one of his favorite kaiju of all time is technically an insect,
right?
But it's Baltan,
really,
from Ultraman.
I'm not the biggest fan. Not that I'm not a big fan of Ultraman. I'm just not that familiar with it. I had a job where I was working second shift. It was like 2 to 11 at night, and the evenings got pretty slow. And I watched every episode of Johnny Sacco and his flying robot, and that was fried brain damage, and it was awesome. It's just, oh man, it was like PCP laced heroin, marijuana, formaldehyde soaked marijuana just rotting your brain. And it was awesome. When I was a kid, Marvel Comics produced a Godzilla comic for two years.
Yes,
24 issues.
I've read it.
Excellent. And there was not a lot of Godzilla media in this country. It was all in Japan, and so I was 7 years old, and I managed to score all the issues. And following that, the same artist, Herb Trimp, went on to do Shogun Warriors for 2 years. If you look at those 4 years of comic books, you'll see a lot of the villain monsters look like they came out of Johnny Sacco. It started to occur to me, that looks familiar. And I think they just sat him down in front of a TV, or they got a hold of these screening rooms and let him watch some of these monsters. And there were moments that like, wow, that really looks like something out of Johnny Sacco. And I spoke to Herb Trimp about it. I'm like, how did you come up with all these monsters? Like, I just did what they told me. He wasn't necessarily the biggest Godzilla fan. It was just a paid gig for him. He's better known in the comic book world for working on like G.I. Joe in the 80s. That's much more his style. He's proud of his work on Godzilla. He passed away a few years ago. Like, I found an issue #1 of Godzilla for $1, and I walked over and I had him sign it for free, and I gave it to JD Lees for at G-Fest 1 year, and I'm like, he was really moved by it, but I'm like, I'm not going to do this to you. I got it for $1, and the signature was free. It's okay. I don't want to feel indebted. But Johnny Sacco was a lot of fun. And there was an anime called Giant Robo. Have you guys seen that?
Tetsujin 28?
Yeah. And that
I've seen a little bit of it.
I've been recently collecting those because that's a lot of fun. I also like a lot of mecha anime. I was really moved by Robotech in the 80s. There's one called Orgus and Orgus 2. Megazone 23. These all have intricate transforming robots, that are not quote unquote transformers. But that's pretty much, I'm also as a Star Wars kid. I was 7 years old when Star Wars came out, so that really kind of burned in there too. So Godzilla, I think I was at a public library with my mom, and I was in my early 20s, and I took out Godzilla versus the Sea Monster and forced her to watch it with me. She did. No, she was a good sport. She was like, oh, I do remember this. And that's kind of like that early 90s where I fell in love with it all over again. And here I am now. So.
And now you're getting an award for it.
Yeah, well, we're nominated.
Yeah.
Elijah, did you catch that fish on the wall?
No,
Yeah.
That's
Does it
so it doesn't, but my co-host
bad jokes.
So the only reason the fish is still in my frame is pre-podcast recordings. Rex and I, my co-host, we get on cam and we just chat. We chat for like 20-30 minutes. And when I got this webcam, I set it here because I wanted a more dynamic shot. And it just so happens the fish is in the shot. And Rex has made it very clear to me that if I don't include the fish, there's a problem. So he's like our unofficial, like, second mascot.
Yeah.
That just appeared. And Danny just posted that I get asked about the fish a lot. And I do.
Cool
I
fish.
do.
You need to name him at this point.
Yeah. It is a cool fish. And that dresser is incredibly shiny.
Yeah.
That thing is just, I could brush my teeth in front of that thing.
It also helps that I decided, I told Nathan pre started the stream, I'm trying to do a little Ultraman lighting here, the dramatic lighting from below. I've got one of my studio lights behind me, I've got one in front of me, and then I've got my ring right here. So
right, I turned this on so I could look a little
right
better, but it's on, and this lamp gets incredibly hot. It's this thing I could light a cigar off of it.
Yeah.
So,
leave it to Elijah to make a live stream look cinematic.
look, I got to, and if I wanted to, I could change the colors. So now I look like I'm in an Adam Wingard movie.
Actually, Danny has a name suggestion for the fish.
Mortimer T. Fish.
Mortimer T. Fish.
All right, so what do you guys plan for the weekend? Anything?
I'll be doing some podcast recording tomorrow, possibly seeing John Wick 4 and catching up on some personal projects.
Cool. Elijah?
Work. That's all I do is work, no matter what.
Well, you're here now.
I mean, this is kind of working.
It is. No, but you're making it count. I know people who do nothing but work and sleep, and they don't, what happens in 20 years when that goes by and you have nothing to show for it. Not all of us have as much time as we do, or at least you guys have creative drive. Don't ever give that up. Seriously, just always fight to have some kernel of time that you can do this stuff. So
Mark, I don't think you realize how much I appreciate hearing that right now.
Right. All right. I need to go help my wife. When my cat has to get a subcutaneous shot, so we need to drug him, put him in a little bondage bag, put a mask on him. I'm not kidding. Then you unzip the side of the bag, pull out a little flap of skin, and put a needle in there. And my wife has to squeeze this bag of a fluid that needs to be a certain temperature, and it goes through this little crazy straw thing and into the needle, and the cat gets his vitamins that way. He has ailing kidneys, and it happens with pets, and we've been doing this for a while, and we now have a cat who's all effed up, and we have to find him in his narcotic state and and put them in a bag and give them a shot. So
that sounds all kinds of fun.
Before you leave,
it's pet ownership.
Mm-hmm.
Please, Elijah.
Before you leave, I always want to make sure I do this proper because I appreciate it when anybody comes onto my show.
Well, thank you. No, this is fun. I would love to do it again.
We should definitely do it again. I could have you on for another one.
I have to be good. The whole thing is your show requires talent, and for me to get on here and ramble, some of these folks that I'm looking at right now might just click off and go apply ointment to their feet. I don't get because I'm not that interesting.
Well, you have done some interesting stuff. So
Well,
if you want to,
you guys are darned interesting.
Oh, thanks.
Continue.
If you want to right now, I would love it if you wanted to just drop some self-promotion for anything you've done that you want people to go. And yeah.
Should I say the thing, Elijah?
The shameless self-promo?
Shameless self-promotion. There. It's one of the shticks on my podcast.
I've nycgmam.com, New York City Giant Monster Attack Map.com is my interactive map of monster movies in New York City. I've been working on that for years. Below that is a link to my YouTube page and all my cartoons. I haven't updated the map in a few years, and I haven't made a cartoon in a few years. But I did produce a book.
Yes.
So I don't want to hear it. Here. So that's really about it. I just woke up the cat. She's now freaked out.
Is she glaring at you with murderous intent?
I think so. I think there's going to be some biting going on very soon.
Uh-oh.
So, but no, but thank you guys. You two have really helped make this happen, and it's very nice to be with other creatives, especially guys who like monster movies.
Yes.
That's just a level of badass that you just don't get very often. So Jet Jaguar says good night. You guys are awesome. Keep at it. Keep at it. Keep at it. Let nothing stop. Let nothing slow you down. But yes, pay your bills. Keep working. Don't totally nerd out with your loved ones because people will roll. You have me to talk to this stuff. Talk about it. If you can find a partner or a spouse that will put up with this stuff, God bless them. So, all right.
All right. Thanks, man.
Alrighty.
Thanks, fellas. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Have a good weekend. Bye.
You too. The great Mark Bailey, everybody. So from there, that was a great conversation.
Yes, it was.
That got us pretty far into the stream. You just got to last 4 more hours.
Oh,
Nathan.
4 more hours, huh?
4 more hours.
I recorded a 5-hour podcast on Die Ranger. I got this.
I recorded a 5-hour podcast on Godzilla versus Kong.
Oh, why aren't you special? Yeah, except it was 5 hours of you just whining.
Excuse me?
Yeah, come on, littlest gatekeeper. I listened to that whole thing. I can't say that about our friend Michael, but I listened to it all.
So from there, God, that's hard to go from that conversation. There was so much there.
Yes.
Well then, so I guess.
Oh, well, there's another fish name suggestion in there.
Is there?
From Kim. Sir Flop-a-lot.
Flop-a-lot.
Sir Flop-a-lot. I feel like that's a lost knife from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Maybe. I still need to see that movie. There's a ton of movies I need to see.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Stop the stream right now and go watch it.
Okay, I'll leave.
Oh my gosh, it's my show now. Well,
no, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that to my listeners. They'll need somebody to fix it.
They can only handle so much of the Marchand at once, right?
It is into the multiverse of Marchand.
Into the multiverse of Marchand, which is about as mad.
It's madder than the movie I'm riffing.
That madder
with
than the
title.
movie. Yeah.
Yeah. So speaking of movies, I guess I brought a few things just in case we needed something to talk about. So I'm gonna start with some tokusatsu titles that I've recently purchased. And I don't know if you I don't know
Funny
if you've
enough,
watched...
I have some over here as well.
Oh. So I'm gonna start off with this one. This is kind of a left field one. So
No,
Nathan-
Elijah, I will not watch Lust of the Dead with you.
Oh. At least watch the sequel or Cat Girls. Come on.
You can go find someone else to co-host your toku porn podcast, okay?
Rex is gonna have to deal with it eventually. I've already told him. I've said when we get to that point, we're gonna have a whole month dedicated to just stuff like that, and you're gonna watch it.
I've already told Michael that there's only one way he will ever get me to watch Sexy Rangers, and he said no.
I'll pay you.
That's not the way to do it.
I'll give you some brownies.
Some brownies. Brownies, huh?
Yeah.
Brownies that you may have fed to a cocaine bear.
No, a cocaine shark.
Cocaine shark, yes.
Yes.
That's real, people. That is real.
So speaking of real, so when you think of Japanese monster movies, what do you think the genre with, I think, maybe the most distribution in the States is out of like monsters?
What do you mean genre? I would think kaiju. When you say genre, I think of kaiju, stuff like that.
I guess type of monster.
Type of monster?
Yes.
So like giant bugs, like we were just talking about.
Sure, giant bugs, werewolves,
right?
Kaiju,
kaiju. The most distribution in the States
from Japan.
You know what? Just because I was researching it before we went on the air, I'm going to say yokai.
I don't think you're right. I've recently been I've been trying to catch up on my tokusatsu list. I have it like 300 titles I need to purchase. And I purchased one on the recommendation of somebody in my Discord server. They said this was a really good movie. And I've been buying a lot of this genre of Japanese monster movies lately. And the name of the movie here is Wild Zero. Now, it's quote, Japan's rock and roll zombie horror classic. It's a horror movie. It's aliens that come down to Earth that create zombies. And there's a rock band, and it's apparently really fun. It was released in 1998, I believe it was. 2000.
Wait, I think I saw Brandon Tennell do a video on this.
Did he?
I think so.
I don't watch Brandon Tennell anymore. That's past my interest level.
Right. I think he did that.
He did 10 months ago. He did.
Yeah, that might have been it. Yeah. That might be how I vaguely know what that is. So I've seen some clips of it, and I know it's bonkers.
Well, good. I'm excited to watch it. I was going to watch it, but due to time constraints, I wasn't able to. But I've been noticing there's a ton of Japanese zombie movies.
There's a ton of zombie movies, period.
Yeah. I mean, off the top of my head, like the top one that I always will think of is Versus. The Ryuei Kitamura film that is absolutely amazing, by the way. It's an amazing
That's
movie.
on my list to purchase eventually.
And watching that also helped me understand Final Wars a little bit more. So, I mean, at least watch it before you do your Final Wars episode.
Oh, for sure.
I I've been wanting to go back and watch all of Kitamura's films leading up to Final Wars
Mhm.
because the more I get familiar with his style pre Final Wars, the more I understand why he was hired and why he did the things he did.
Mm-hmm.
And why he's a war criminal against the Godzilla fandom and the fans.
Come on. Come on.
I say that as a joke because I like Final Wars.
I do too. I was I'm sure our friend Michael's gonna gripe on me about this because he thinks I hate nostalgia. Like, no, I don't hate nostalgia. I just prefer nostalgia to be properly used, be in its proper place. But I have unabashedly loved Final Wars since the first time I saw it. But I admit, the first time I saw it, I was in a very unhappy place in life. It was the end of my first semester of my senior year of college, and just all kinds of unhappy things that happened, like my dorm getting set on fire and being stabbed in the back by people I thought were my friends and things like that. And I just remember, I don't remember. It was like, I think it was late November, early December. It's pretty close to the end of the semester. I walked into Walmart randomly, and there the thing was sitting on the shelf, the new Sony DVD, and I just said, screw it, it's coming home with me. So I took it and I watched it in the common area for the room I was in. It was actually an apartment that I shared with a few other guys. And I just sat there and I watched it. None of my roommates were there for some odd reason. And it just brought me such joy. And then I went and called up one of my off-campus friends who I knew loved Godzilla. And I said, you need to come and watch this with me. It is the most nerd-tastic thing you've ever seen. And then he came over. He watched it with me. He loved it. So I watched it twice in 1 week. And like I said, it was just pure joy.
Yeah, for me, Final Wars hits kind of, it's a weird film for me, simply because I have aged with Final Wars. Like, somebody said next year Final Wars turns 20.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No. That can't happen. Because when Final Wars turns 20,
so do you?
And I'm like, no, that's not how this goes. This is not how this goes. So for me, Final Wars, I mean, I think I said this with Danny as well. Final Wars symbolizes a lot. It's the ending of a genre film that Toho put out.
Mm-hmm.
It's the end to my childhood. Because Final Wars was released after I was able to like understand what I was watching.
Mm-hmm.
And so to think about watching Final Wars as a kid, and now we are turning 20, is so, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like Godzilla ended, in air quotes, almost 20 years ago. So, you know, that movie, it's such a staple of my childhood. It wasn't like at all one of the first Godzilla movies I watched. It was not. It was probably one of the last Godzilla movies I'd probably watched all the Showa, most of the Heisei,
Mm-hmm.
and some of Millennium before I got.
There were some of the Millennium movies that I hadn't seen yet when I got Final Wars. I knew they were out. I just hadn't gotten around to purchasing them. And like I said, I saw it and I just had to buy it. It was an impulse purchase to help myself feel better. And I was very glad that I did that.
Yeah, it's a movie that you can put on, and I feel like you can just enjoy it. Like, you don't,
right.
you I love Keith Emerson's soundtrack.
Oh, that soundtrack is wonderful. And that's I love the. I wish I could remember the name of the track, but I think my favorite track of the whole thing, because he does a few in there that are kind of these like DJ remix of some of the classic themes, like the opening. But I think honestly, my favorite track in the whole thing is that really rockin' tune that plays when we get the Death Star trench run looking scene when the planes are flying into the Zillion mothership. It was like down, 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 down. You know, I love every second of that. That gets me pumped. I'm like, I want to go pump some iron right now.
It's a really fun movie. I mean, and to think that I was I went to my best friend's grandparents' house the other day, and as I'm standing in their living room, I have a thing where I have to look at the movies. Like, and anywhere I go, I have to look at the movies, see what they have if they have good taste. And I see
you should, Kim. You should rewatch the Final Wars.
Yes, watch Final Wars. And I saw they had last time I went, I saw they had the Matthew Broderick Godzilla film. I went back and I saw Godzilla King of the Monsters. And then I saw Tokyo SOS. And then I saw Final Wars. I was like, his grandparents have Final Wars? Like, the idea of that's hilarious. But when I got home, I was like, I haven't looked at that DVD in years. So I pulled it off the shelf, and the tagline on the back, I was just like, for once, or it wasn't on the back, it was on the front. It's Earth. It was outnumbered, outmonstered, outdone. And it's a funny tagline, but it's like it's perfect for that movie. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Danny said that he played that song over the loudspeaker during a dodgeball game at school. I did it aftercare at years
ago. Yeah, it was a hit.
No, it's perfect.
Literally.
No, that is one of the. There's 3 soundtracks that I blast when.
Yeah. Oh, I should mention Keith Emerson, God rest his soul. Yeah.
Yes. The Final War soundtrack is one of 3 soundtracks I blast when I'm going to a movie, when I'm coming here to podcast, whenever I'm coming back from a movie. I blast Godzilla vs. Anguirus by Marusu Sato. Such a good song. I blast A Cruel Angel's Thesis.
I know. I remember that from your last live stream. That it makes me laugh that you love the song but hate the show.
I hate the show.
No, it just makes me laugh. But admittedly, I think that upbeat theme song is meant to be ironic because the show is not like that.
It's funny because every time I drive and blast that, I put sunglasses on. I have one arm like hanging out the window, and I just look like I'm the coolest person on the planet.
But the question is, do you do that even when it's dark outside?
Yes.
I wear my sunglasses at night. I was setting it up. You played right into it. There you go.
I wore these on the way here, and I'll wear them again. Now I look like one of the Blues Brothers.
I can do that too.
Yeah, now we look like the Blues Brothers. I want to be Dan Aykroyd.
Sure.
So here we are.
All
now
these
with
my Terminator glasses, because that's what
I'm sure you do, Nathan. I'm sure you do.
Hey, I actually wore these to do a ballroom dance routine where I pretended to be the Terminator, so I can literally call them my Terminator glasses.
I love that. That's so great. That's so great. Speaking of Terminator, did you please tell me you saw the trailer that dropped before we started?
There's a new Terminator trailer?
No. Ape versus Mecha Ape. Please tell me.
There's a trailer for that?
Yes. It dropped today.
I didn't
And the
know about
CGI
it.
actually looks good.
You gotta be kidding me.
I'm not joking. It actually looks good.
Oh no. Am I gonna have to watch this live? Are you gonna you know what? Let's do a live trailer reaction right now. Find it on YouTube.
Copyrighted?
Yeah, it's a trailer. It's the asylum. Are they really gonna yell at us?
Maybe.
What they do is legally dubious to begin with.
So I'm gonna get sued by Toho and Legendary and Warner Brothers, and they're all gonna sue me. Okay, how do I? There we go. Okay, let me see if I can do this. Present. Share screen. Share screen.
Yeah, just if you have a tab open, just have it share your tab.
Ah! I did it.
Magic. Here we go, people. Live reaction to Ape
Here we
versus
go.
Mecha Ape trailer. Boom.
For you, I've seen it.
The Mecha Ape program is complete.
Our target, a chemical weapons factory full of dress code.
Americans come here without any consequence.
We must turn their own war machine against them.
Or do you have a Soviet
Ape
guy?
is in motion.
He's very
Let the
Russian.
Americans with
The CGI is actually good here, which scares
Madam
me.
Deputy Secretary,
I know.
Mecha Ape has been activated outside of our control.
We saw what Abraham and that lizard did in Washington.
His
DC.
body proportions look a little odd, but
The Mecha Ape
Wait,
is a walking
that looked
arsenal.
very
Make sure
legendary
that thing
Godzilla
doesn't
there.
Reach Chicago. I have to get on board. The Volodress FID has assumed control of Mecha Ape.
We got another Washington, D.C. on our hands. We need to fight this with an appropriate response.
oh, it's Tom Arnold.
We'll send the ape.
Monkey.
We can help her.
Okay, now!
The warhead has been taken. There's a live warhead on board. Evacuate the city immediately.
Oh, that was a King Kong reference. The train. Okay, the proportions on the ape look weird too.
They do. No, but you can't tell me the CGI for Mecha Ape doesn't look good.
I will admit the CGI on that looks way too good to be the asylum. I will confess, it does look way too good. And oh, good lord, considering that I have a producer character on my podcast who has a Mechanicon Mark II, I guess I'm gonna get stuck watching this anyway.
Absolutely, and this counts as Kongsploitation.
Yeah, it does. It really does. I mean, because the mockbuster counted. The mockbuster that the Asylum did of Godzilla vs. Kong, which this is a sequel to, which is just so weird. It's weird when they make a sequel to their own mockbuster, but the sequel's not really a mockbuster.
I mean,
It kind of is a mockbuster. I don't know what to do with it.
It's a mockbuster of the last 20 minutes of Godzilla vs. Kong.
Yeah, or King Kong Escapes.
Yeah, kinda.
Because it's Mechanicon. And what's funny is I actually found out that in a manga, Mechanicon, the Toho Mechanicon, actually had a chain gun.
Hang on, I'm getting an important call. I'll be right back. Hello?
Hold me up to the microphone there, will you?
What?
Wait,
You, Thomas, hold me up to the microphone.
can you hear Nathan? Do you hear this?
I do.
Hold me up to the microphone right now. I'm watching you and you're not doing it.
I'm doing it right now. It's right here.
Hold it closer.
How can I get? I'm hearing my phone hit the microphone.
Now that is a lot more like it. Now, I just happen to be watching. I'm sure anybody who's watching this right now needs no introduction. But just in case you do, name's Jimmy. Yeah, that's right. The Jimmy that just got referenced on this here podcast here. Yeah, that's me. You might know me from doing a little bit of a gig on the Monster Island Film Vault, but I just wanted to jump in here real quick. It seems to me, even though I just heard my name referenced, that you might have gotten the impression that I was a fictional character. Well, I'm not. obviously, because you're listening to me talk right now. And I can see from the look on Nate's face that he regrets having referred to me as such. Yeah, that's right. Yuck it up, Buttercup. Look at him laughing there on camera. What a chump. Reminds me of that time I went up to Alaska and spent a year living with the polar bears, and they used to laugh at all my jokes, but I would rather not talk about it. Anyway, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Instead of cocaine bears, they were Coca-Cola bears.
Podcast. I will recede back into the realm of fiction, Marchand, and I'll let you guys get on with it. No, I don't want to hear it. Well, wait a minute. What? Oh, I'm running into a meteor shower. I gotta get out of here, son of.
Wow, we've crossed the streams in the multiverse.
It really is a multiverse of Marchand. So, do you want to explain what just happened? What did you do to the space-time continuum?
I resurrected an obscure character from an obscure Toho movie and made him the producer on my podcast.
And now your podcast is fled into the real world.
Yes, it has. Crossing the streams.
Okay. Well then.
Geek Rage has the appropriate reaction right now.
Yes, what is happening?
What
I don't
is
know.
happening?
There's something about Nathan's podcast is crossing into the real world, and I don't know. Maybe this is going to be a problem on the show.
I guess I better be I need to be a little more careful with what I reference on here. I mean, next thing I know, the other characters from that show are going to start showing up, or maybe, I don't know, some of the characters that I voice in other podcasts are going to suddenly take over my brain and have a conversation with you. I don't know anymore.
You know, I agree with Danny here. That was weird. That was
yes, that was weird.
So, okay.
I mean, know where it's not every day that you get a phone call from one of your characters. And when it happens, which doesn't happen for me as often as you would think, it's always a little weird.
Yeah, that was a little weird. That was really weird. Okay, so Kaiju Tokusatsu.
Yes. You were showing off purchases.
I was. Yeah, I was talking about Wild Zero. And
Wild Zero.
Yeah. I'm sure you have zero interest in this one, but I also got Evil Dead Trap 2 Hideki. This is the
I've
Blu-ray
heard of that one. I don't know what to think of it right now. I know it. I think it's generally described as basically Evil Dead, but Japanese.
No, I think you're thinking of Bloody Muscle Bodybuilder in Hell.
Okay. I can't keep all these titles straight.
Sorry, I realized just that like
the string of words that you just said would sound like the insane ramblings of a psychopath in some context.
They do. There's a reason my best friend swears that I'm going to turn out to be a psychopath one day.
Well, as long as you're a psychopath who doesn't murder people, I think we can deal with it.
Potentially. We could potentially deal with it. So this is the sequel to Evil Dead Trap. Evil Dead Trap is what Hideo Nakata, director of Ring, Dark Water, it's what he classifies as the beginning of the J-horror boom, which started in the late 80s by his definition and really grew to popularity about 10 years later with Ring in 1998. And from there you had Ju-On, Pulse, One Missed Call, the Tomy films. So Evil Dead Trap 2 is the sequel to what started the J-horror boom. But it's not at all connected. Some people have defined it as a David Lynch-esque film.
Oh, okay.
So it's really weird. It's kind of disturbing the topic it's covering, not necessarily what it's showing. And so it's one of those more like, I think it would classify as a psychological horror.
Psychological horror, yeah.
Because you're thinking about what you're seeing and not what is happening on screen.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's those are two recent tokusatsu purchases I've acquired. I'm sure you don't really know any of them, but you said you bought a few. What did you buy, Nathan?
Oh, well, it's stuff that you'll actually be proud of me for. I've actually shown these off in another live stream for Kaiju Ramen, but here's the crap. Give me a second here. Gotta collect these. I don't want them to fall all over. And these might, a lot of these are probably going to turn into instant collectibles because I bought them just before they went out of style.
Okay, so we have Kikaida Reboot, Kamen Rider V3, Inazu-Dan, Kikaida 01, and Kikaida.
Yeah.
So Kikaida 3D.
Yeah. Well, and what's kind of nuts is the way these are all from Generation Kikaida. And I feel like if you looked at all of these, you basically get the history of how DVD releases worked for television. Because you get, just to illustrate here. So you have the original Kikaida in 9 separate volumes. Not as a box set, 9 separate volumes. Juggling all of these.
There.
Yeah. And then you get thin packs for Kikaida 01, the sequel. And then you finally get to traditional box set DVD cases with Inazu-Dan and Kamen Rider V3. And then, the movie is the Kikaida Reboot movie is a pretty traditional DVD, but still, I just find it amusing. When I was unboxing those, when Travis and I were talking about it, and we're like, yeah, it's basically the history of DVD releases.
And those releases are absolutely amazing.
Yeah. I've been going through them, and I've only watched the first episode of each show just to kind of sample it because I've never seen them before. And I just explore. I haven't watched the movie yet, but I've been exploring just some of the special features that are on this, and it's nuts.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and they have the sort of stuff that I don't really see anymore. They have some pretty quirky subtitles because you can get regular subtitles or profanity-free subtitles. It just makes me laugh.
No, those releases were really detailed. They costed an arm and a leg.
Even on sale, they did.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it roughly like $400 for all 9 volumes? $350. So, yeah, Generations Kikaida was doing this stuff before BCI or Milk Creek or Shout Factory or Kraken or any of these companies.
Their release of Kamen Rider V3, which is actually the second Kamen Rider show, this is actually the first official DVD release in the United States of anything Kamen Rider. We're not counting Masked Rider because no one counts Masked Rider.
I count it.
You're living dangerously, my friend. But
I am.
Yeah, but it's. And I talked about it on that Kaiju Ramen live stream. Now that I've had a little bit more time to kind of explore these a little bit and absorb them. We're doing the glasses again?
No, you said I'm living dangerously. So.
Oh, dangerously. Yeah. Dangerous. Looks like we're gonna have to jump. If you got that reference, you are my new best friend. Anyone who just heard that. But, look at you. Hashtag new profile pic. Or album cover, one or the other. But no, what Generation Kikaida did was ahead of its time. Now their prices still think it's 2001, but because box sets like this used to cost that much or closer to that much at the very least. And now we take it for granted because you can get a whole series now, like 7. Like I could walk into a Walmart right now and buy all of Star Trek: The Next Generation on Blu-ray for like $70.
And it's in a box that it's this big.
Yeah.
On Blu-ray.
Yeah. Kim, she got that reference. She is now my new best friend. Anyway, and so what they did was monumental, and I had been aware of Generation Kakaida for a little while, but their stuff was always, for me, just kind of cost prohibitive. But then I just decided there were rumors going around that they were going to be closing up shop. I just got my tax refund and hashtag for the podcast. So I plopped down the money and I got them. And then I'm not kidding you. I think within 2 days, 2 or 3 days of me making the purchase, they dropped the bomb that they're closing the online store. And then suddenly, like, all the stuff just starts selling out. Now they've restocked on everything but the Kakaida volumes. They have not restocked those. I don't know if they will or not. So if you were holding off, you may have missed out on the original Kakaida, but I still think you can get the other ones. But those were listed as sold out for, I think, a couple of days. Let me check. I'm going to double check here again. But let me see. Yeah, it looks like the Kakaida volumes are sold out. Oh, Inazu-Dan is listed as sold out now too. So I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, so Generations Kakaida has been doing this now for almost 2 decades. It's been 2 decades. 2 decades since they've really been doing this.
Right, and they're in a kind of in a unique position because they're based in Hawaii, so they're a U.S. company. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Elijah, I think they're licensed because all these are Toei shows. I think they're licensing because they have a physical store too. They have a physical store, right? Yeah. I think their licensing says that they can sell in Hawaii, but having the website is apparently something of a loophole because they can sell to the rest of the United States on their website, but their license is technically limited to Hawaii. That's why you couldn't just walk into a Best Buy or something and find these releases on the shelf.
They can't sell them outside of Hawaii, but they can sell them in Hawaii and ship them to America.
Right. So it's a bit of a weird licensing because it was started, and I didn't know this until I was preparing for the live stream I did for Kaiju Ramen, but it was actually kind of a family affair that this whole thing got started. It was started by a woman who grew up watching Kakaida because these shows all came over to Hawaii and were shown on television because there's a big Japanese population in Hawaii. A lot of them immigrated to Hawaii. So they were showing these shows that got super popular, especially Kakaida. Like Kakaida is crazy popular in Hawaii. So she became a TV executive for a TV station there, and she started showing reruns of this 70s show in the early 2000s, and it reignited the popularity again. And then she started Generation Kakaida to put them on DVD so that people could have physical copies of them. And then it was touted as it's like I said, like a multi-generational family affair. So it would be the kids who watched it in the 70s were showing it to their kids. And sometimes it was, I think the website said there was as many as 3 generations sitting around watching this show, going online and talking about it. I love that. It just sounds so great to me. You're sharing something, and it's bringing families and multi-generations together all around a show that's about a superhero android. That's really what it is. It's basically Kamen Rider meets Astro Boy.
Yeah. And, I Generations Kakaida is also interesting because it is probably the earliest physical licensing Toei did for their henshin.
I think so.
I mean, Media Blasters ended up getting the first. They also got Zebra Man and whatnot, but
those were a few years later, though.
Yeah. So, I think you said it. It's an end of an era with these releases going out of print. Mm-hmm. And I know I've seen people online say, please Discotech, please Shout Factory, get these releases, get these shows and re-release them.
Even if they do, I guarantee you they won't be nearly as stacked with special features as
won't.
these are.
They can't. Toei's licensing has changed so much since those early 2000s that there is no way they will be able to get.
Because Toei said no way. Just like Toho said no ho. I can't claim that joke. I really can't. That goes to Danny. He coined the phrase Toei said no way. So, and MST3K came up with Toho said no ho. I broke him. Look at this. I broke him.
Why?
How dare you impugn my character, Danny boy?
Yeah, Danny, he's a joke thief. And he's the killer of comedy.
The killer of comedy. Clearly, you have not met some of our friends.
Hang on 1 second. Hello? Do you want to be put on? Okay, I'll put you on speaker. You're on speaker.
I do want to be put on. Put me on this damn stream right now, please. Put me on this damn stream. Oh, hello, Mr. Marchand. Speaking of bad jokes, I heard your Toei said no way joke, and that is a terrible joke. And by the way, if no one knows who I am, my name is Kitty Cop. I'm one of the bloody kaiju that lives here on this godforsaken island. I'm sitting here watching Koku Ranger, and then I'm hearing people talk about yokai all of a sudden, and it's ringing in my ears. So I decided to tune into your little stream, and you're with the little child. And by the way, Elijah, your cheeks are so pudgy and so cute. I just want to pinch them. I just want to give them such a pinch.
Which cheeks?
I cracked myself up. Anyway, I won't keep you very long because I just want to pop in and say hello to my two favorite people. Well, I should say one of my favorite people because we all know that Mr. Marchand is such a wonderful, we'll say, human being. Anyway, so I will leave you alone now, but by the way, Mr. Marchand, why do you have that goofy look on your face? You look like you're drinking some bad water. Well, anyway, I'll go away now because I've annoyed you too much. Take care. Toodaloo. Yes, quite.
Twice now, the multiverse of Marchand has bled in. Do I need to explain some things?
I don't know if I should have you on anymore. Really if the worlds of Nathan Marchand are just gonna bleed into this, I don't know.
But just to offer a little bit of explanation, Kenny Kappa is a character he's only appeared once on the Film Vault. It was in a special
character because the last time you said character, somebody called me.
Yeah, well, it's a different kind of character. Yeah, it's those kinds of characters. But anyway, he was in a Halloween special actually on the Film Vault last year. He's a horror host, so he runs his own radio show on the island where he has people come on and read scary stories, as in like classic literary stories. And last year he had Dr. Dorif, which God, he's probably going to call now too, and. I'm setting it up now, aren't I? And he came on and he read A Voice in the Night, which was the story that inspired Matango. So he bookended the episode with lots of ridiculous jokes and threatened to pinch people in the butt because that's what Kappas do. Breathe, Elijah. Breathe.
Geek rage. This multiverse is starting to get out of hand.
This is getting out of hand. Now there's a multiverse.
So, I guess now the stream's canon somehow.
Apparently now it is. It's canon to the MIFE universe. I did not go into this thinking it would be, but it is. Just be warned, you might get another phone call. I don't know how many you're gonna get.
I don't know either. Nate, you
Yes.
run one weird mama
Yeah, I
jamma.
do run one weird mamma jamma of a show, and you love every second of it.
Fair enough.
Anyway, so we were talking about Generation Kakaida.
Yes, we were. So I mean, it won't be the same no matter who picks it up. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I don't want Toei to work out a deal with Discotheque or Shout Factory, but I know going in we're not going to have they're not going to have the details that Kakaida did. Generations Kakaida was like the Arrow video of Toei tokusatsu.
Kinda. I mean, like I rattled off the special features that were listed on these discs, and it's just nuts what they were including.
It's absolutely insane.
Yeah. Only one of I will tell you though, the only one of these that didn't have any special features was the movie. This had nothing, not even a trailer or anything.
I know they even marketed and said there will be no Blu-ray despite being shot in HD. Maybe they were just trying to cut costs.
Right?
By 2014, I bet they were just kind of done licensing and working on it. They just wanted to put it out.
Probably, but this is one that actually I had you on Henshin Men, and you're the one who actually suggested this as a potential episode for Henshin Men.
I did.
Because I should have brought that with me because I had you on to talk about Hakaider.
Yes.
This guy right here, the Keita Amemiya version from the 90s.
That is true. That is very true.
Mm-hmm. I not knowing that you were a fan of Kakaider. I just like, hey, do you want to come on Henchman? I need to fill a spot while Travis, my co-host, was taking a break. And I said, well, what's the subject? And you said, what's the subject? And I said, oh, it's Hakaider. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm there.
I did.
Little did I know. So I can tell you right now, I don't know if this will be on Henchman because Henchman's on hiatus. And if it comes back, it's going to be a bit of a different show. But I am thinking about doing a kind of offbeat season of the Monster Island Film Vault dedicated to Henshin hero movies. And once I watch this, if I think it's worth it, probably will be on the list. And I guess I know who's going to be the guest for that one.
Yes, you do. Though before I even watch that, I need to watch Kikaida 01. I started it and it was way too how do I say this without getting shot by some crazy person?
Some Kakaida head is just going to be like, don't you dare, Elijah!
A little way cheap.
You say that, but I actually, you got to understand, I binged the first episode of each one of these shows just to sample it. I actually thought the first episode of Kakaida 01 was more refined compared to the first episode of Kakaida.
Maybe it's because I don't like Kakaida being not singular. Like the idea of Kakaida 01 is there's 3 Hikaiders.
4.
Is it? Oh, there's the original.
Because he makes 3 more.
And
blue, silver, and red.
I don't like that. I don't like
I will admit it's a little bit wacky. And when I kind of read the episode synopses going forward, I don't know how much the Hakaida force is going to be in it, because eventually some new evil organization, because it's Shotaro Shinomori and he likes his evil secret societies bent on world domination, of course. So it turns into that eventually. The Hakaider force is actually kind of unique, I think. They're kind of like forerunners to the Power Rangers. They're color-coded characters, but they're bad guys, which they did in the original Kamen Rider as well. They had the Shocker Riders. There was like 6 of them, I think.
Really?
Yeah. It was toward the end of the show.
Yeah, see, I want to watch more Kamen Rider. I own Kamen Rider V3, 01, and Kuga, but I've been waiting to see if Shout Factory will release the original Kamen Rider on Blu-ray.
You should totally get Black. I've been watching Black.
I know. I need to
It
get
is one of
Black
the
and-
you would just buy it because I know you and I share a love of physical media, and I'm telling you right now, that Discotheque Kamen Rider Black Blu-ray set is quite possibly the new benchmark for US tokusatsu releases. It is absolutely incredible. I can't say that enough. I was actually watching another episode for dinner before we went on the air tonight.
Really?
Yeah. I've been going through it a little bit slowly, compared to some of the other Toku stuff that I'm going through, just savoring it a little bit, mostly because I'm not watching it for a podcast, so I can just sit there and not have to take notes. I can just watch it, and it's nuts. It has the picture is pristine, and the special features on it are absolutely nuts. They're honestly, they're kind of on par with what Generation Kakaida was doing, just not, maybe not in terms of quantity, because this has a gazillion special features on it, but the quality of them is ridiculous. Like there's a 4-part cast and crew reunion interview in it where I think they had like a director, the producer, the star of the show, and 2 of the actresses who were on it. They all just get together and they talk about it, and they had to split it into 4 parts over 4 of the discs, and each one is, I think, between 40 and 45 minutes, just them talking. And I'm trying to think what else is on there. They had some of the TV spots. They have the quote unquote original transformation sequences, because what we're actually watching is actually a post Pokemon censored version. Did you know about that?
I did not.
Yeah, you probably, I'm guessing you probably heard. Actually, this is how I first found out about Pokemon. It was because it had sparked a controversy over in Japan, and then a year later, it got brought over to the U.S. officially. Did you hear that Pokemon actually caused a small epidemic of epilepsy in Japan?
Really?
Yeah, I think 1997. I want to say 97, 98. It was, like I said, it was a year before it was officially released in the United States. So it was an episode of the anime centered around a Pokemon called Porygon, which is supposed to be this computer-based kind of crystalline creature. And the animation did a bunch of these crazy lighting effects in it that actually caused a bunch of kids who had epilepsy to go into seizures. And then ever since then, anything that they figured out might also trigger that, they actually went through and they modified it slightly. They turned the brightness down so they could mitigate any chances of it causing epileptic seizures. In Kamen Rider Black, there's some really flashy sequences when he transforms, and in a few other spots, it was mostly in the transformation sequences, where they figured out that could also potentially cause epilepsy. So they turned the brightness down for that. But this Blu-ray set actually has the unaltered transformation sequences. And what's funny is that it has a warning screen that pops up that says, by the way, this might cause epilepsy. But you can watch it as originally shown in 1987.
Wow, that's actually really cool. Kim says the episode was banned.
It was banned. It was actually one of a handful of Pokemon anime episodes that were banned. The other ones were banned for actually not for stuff like that. They were banned for content reasons. Like there's an episode where there's an old man that pulls a gun on the kids. And because they're wandering around, they come into his property. He actually pulls a gun on them. He never uses it, but he pulls a gun on the kids, and they said, we're not showing that episode. There was also one where one of the male villains decides to disguise himself as a woman. So he's got like fake boobs on, and they said, we're not showing that one either. I don't know. I remember reading an article years ago that had a handful of these episodes of Pokemon that were just not allowed over.
Interesting. See, I mean, I know about my tokusatsu band episodes, but I don't know anything about anime. I don't.
Oh,
I don't
there's
do that
there.
anime.
I can tell you right now. I think there's way more banned, quote unquote, banned episodes of anime than there is of tokusatsu. I can only think of one banned episode of tokusatsu. I can think of a couple of banned tokusatsu movies. But I can only think of one banned episode, and that was Ultra 7. Episode
13.
13. Is it 13 or is it
I
12?
think so. I think
12
it's
or
13 because
Okay.
I was like, oh, it's unlucky. Because
Yeah,
it's
of course.
13.
Now, I have found that episode and watched it.
Likewise, it's actually, I think, really, really good.
It's actually
Like,
a pretty good episode.
Yes.
And honestly, if I didn't know the very Japanese controversy surrounding it, I would have been none the wiser. It basically just boils down to what they named the monster. And Tsuburaya tried to fix it by tweaking the name of the monster, I think even before the episode aired, originally in the 60s. And it just wasn't quite enough. And then they just decided to just get rid of it. For those who don't know, there's an episode of Ultra 7. I don't even remember what it's called. But the monster was at least indirectly inspired by I'm trying to remember what they're called. There's a word for it, but they're atomic bomb survivors. Because the appearance of the monster is modeled after somebody, what somebody who survived an atomic bomb would look like. And the name makes reference to that. I just can't remember the monster's name. They tried to tweak it later to try to say, oh, he's just a vampire monster. Because that's really what he boils down to. He's an alien vampire. In context, that's what he is. But because the name sounded very similar to this particular group of people, I should remember their name. I did research on them in grad school and then shared that on the Monster Island Film Vault. I just can't remember the name.
Hibakusha?
Hibakusha, that's right. The Hibakusha. I actually did the research for the Hibakusha in relation to Frankenstein Conquers the World, making the argument that Frankenstein in that movie is a Hibakusha.
Yeah, because that would, yeah. I definitely would agree with that. And
Danny is correct. Yeah, corrected us. It's episode 12.
12. Okay.
From another planet with love. Yeah.
So I when I looked it up, I was scrolling through to see if it had like a list of like anything it was in. And there's actually some films it lists. And you've got Children of Hiroshima by Kento Shindo.
Is that a movie?
Film, yes.
Okay.
1952. And the next movie on here is Frankenstein Conquers the World.
Really? Oh, for Hibakusha?
Yeah.
Oh, for Hibakusha. Okay, I thought you were talking about more banned movies. Oh, okay.
No,
you're talking about Hibakusha. Okay.
Yeah. And then another one on here that I find interesting is Rhapsody in August, directed by Akira Kurosawa.
Interesting. I'm trying to catch up on my Kurosawa. So that's one. Yeah. Danny's got the name of the alien for us.
Subaru.
Or Spell.
Or Spell.
Yeah.
Speaking of Kurosawa, I'm with you there. I want to catch up on his. Did you actually see in Japan? They recently released Toho.
I saw that.
Released 4Ks.
I saw that.
Kurosawa films. Do you see the special thing about that?
You think Criterion's going to get their hands on it?
Actually, a lot of people are saying that Criterion might already have their hands on it because
it wouldn't surprise me because Criterion has been the almost exclusive distributor in the United States, or outside of Japan, of Kurosawa's films. There are very few. Did we just get spammed?
We did.
Oh no.
Apparently unpopular.
No.
Apparently unpopular.
Spam. Wonderful spam.
Apparently unpopular somehow.
Either that or we're getting raided. One or the other.
Well, I put them in timeout, so. Oh well. But I genuinely believe that Criterion will get the rights because Criterion actually has had really good luck with their Kurosawa films.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, I'm trying to catch up on a lot of those. I've been putting some serious thought into getting into Criterion channel so I can watch more of those. And honestly, as weird as this sounds, you used to be one of my patrons. You're welcome to come back. Would love to see you come back. But one of the rules I put in there for a Patreon sponsored episode is that even if you could sponsor it, even if it's just Toku adjacent, and I would actually say, like, I can get a little bit weird and loose with what I consider Toku adjacent. And I basically said, like, you want a Kurosawa movie? I'll count it. How can you justify that, Nate? Kurosawa and Shiro Honda were best friends. Plus, I just wanted an excuse to talk about Kurosawa and a lot of the same actors. They shared a lot of the same actors, especially in the 50s and 60s. So, like, you want to watch a movie that's going to break your heart? Watch Akira.
I want to watch that so badly.
My gosh, dude. It's got Takashi Shimura in it. It will break your heart. Gosh.
Did you see that that film recently got remade in America?
I heard, what's it called?
Is it The Looking?
I think because it got nominated for a few Oscars, I think.
It got nominated for best best adapted screenplay.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
and they said it was a remake of a Kurosawa film, and I was like, "Wait, what?" It's Living. It's Living.
That makes sense.
And it was indeed a remake of Ikiru, and I was like, "Wait a minute. When did we start remaking Kurosawa films?"
I don't know how to feel about that, to be honest. But then again, it's not technically not the first Kurosawa remake. There was an anime, a TV
Samurai
anime
7.
version of Seven Samurai called Samurai 7, which I saw that. I think I saw that. I did see that after I saw the movie because I saw a lot of the things. Oh no, I'd seen the Magnificent Seven, but I hadn't seen Seven Samurai yet.
And you have Fistful of Dollars, and for a few dollars more,
yeah.
Star Wars,
yeah, Hidden Fortress. That's like the next one I want to see is Hidden Fortress because I love Star Wars, so I have to see Hidden Fortress.
You haven't seen Hidden Fortress yet?
Not yet. It's been on my list for a while.
Wow.
You haven't seen Akira, so shut up.
Okay. Have you seen at least Yojimbo?
No, that's on my list too because that's the one that's based on Shakespeare, right? Or is that Throne of Blood?
That's Throne of Blood.
It's
that one's the one. Yes.
That was because one of them is based on Macbeth, and I love Shakespeare. I got to see that one. That one's high on my list too.
Yojimbo is his best movie from what I've seen. I love Yojimbo. It's got Marusu Sato doing the score for it. Takashi Shimura is in it. You've got Toshiro Mifune. It's so good. And Yojimbo was one of the two big Toho films for 1962. It was the early year film, and then King Kong versus Godzilla.
I need to press the button, show off Danny's joke.
Ha 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 ha. A little part of me died with that, Nathan.
You're welcome. Anyway, yeah. So I like I said, I'm trying to catch up on that. There you go. There you go, Elijah. You can rejoin Patreon, have an excuse to talk. Where else are you going to get an excuse to talk about Kurosawa on your podcast? Unless you're going to get really fast and loose with your definition of tokusatsu.
Stay tuned for future Kaiju. Stay tuned. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
Or you could ask for, you could sponsor Dreams, which supposedly had at least a segment directed by Ishiro Honda.
Was it Dreams or was it Rhapsody in August?
I think it's Dreams.
I want to say it was Rhapsody in August.
No, I think it's Dreams. Danny will probably tell us if we're right or not.
I'm pretty sure it's Rhapsody in August because that was Kurosawa's last film.
Was it?
Yes.
I thought Dreams was his last film.
Dreams was his second to last film.
Okay.
Dreams was co-produced with Martin Scorsese, or it was George Lucas and Francis Ford Coppola got, I want to say it was Warner Brothers to co-finance it. Kurosawa directed. Martin Scorsese played Vincent Van Gogh. Okay, so his last film was neither of them. It was Matadeo.
Matadeo, okay.
But Danny, I'm right? It was Rhapsody in August that Honda co-directed, right? Or was it both? Because I'm starting to think it might have been both. Because wasn't Honda assistant director on both of them?
I'm pretty sure he was. Toward the end of Kurosawa's life and his life, he was co-directing with him.
That's what I was thinking.
But anyway, all of that to say, there you go. Come on. This is my prediction. If you were to ever sponsor an episode on the Film Vault again, I'm thinking you're either going to sponsor something like that, just have an excuse to talk about Kurosawa, or you're going to find the weirdest, most obscure toku anything. And you're going to ask that be covered on the Film Vault, just to expand my horizons or something.
You know what you should watch? You should watch Sexy Rangers.
Of course you would say that. Oh, we got an explanation from Danny.
Yeah. Let me pull it up.
Very involved explanation.
Honda co-directed parts of most of Kurosawa's later films. He directed some parts of Kagemusha, inspired at least one segment in Dreams.
I was right.
And did some camera work in Rhapsody.
Okay, so we were both right.
We were both right and wrong at the same time. Anyway, as I was saying, what was I saying? I was getting into the dramatic Ultraman lighting.
Yeah. You were threatening me with Sexy Rangers.
You will know the masterpiece that is Sexy Rangers.
You know, well, actually, if I did put that on the Film Vault, we know Michael would beg to be on it.
Absolutely. And I want Michael to be on it.
Oh, I want Michael to be on it. Huh?
I do.
Michael's
Honestly,
probably the only one of us who, well, if you were on it, you would probably enjoy it. Michael, I know has at least something of a weird appreciation for it, but that's because he's a dude bro and their power source is their boobs.
Pi energy, Nathan. Pi energy.
Pi energy. Is that what we're calling it now?
Yes, that's what it's called in the movie. See, I want to get, going back to Akira Kurosawa, I want to get Ikaru, and Kagemusha. Those are the two that I want to get. I've been waiting, so I'm only going to buy them if they're Criterion and Blu-ray. That's the only way I buy.
I think they're on. Well,
they
Akiru
are. Those
is,
are. Those are.
Okay, and I think Kagemusha is. There's a few Kurosawa movies that have not been released by Criterion.
Yes,
I think only maybe 3. I think
not on Blu-ray. So, Ron, Criterion lost the rights to. Studio Canal now holds the rights to that.
Right.
Da Kotsoden, the German film he directed, has not been picked up by Criterion.
Danny says Studio Canal just put out a steelbook of Ron.
They did. They've been releasing Ron a lot. That actually is the only Kurosawa film to have a 4K, I believe, released outside of Japan. Outside of Japan. I think it was the first Kurosawa film to get a 4K release on physical. All this going back to what I was going into. Toho released 4Ks of Kurosawa films. Toho, like a few years ago, said they were not going to do 4Ks. There was not a market for them. There are 2 Kurosawa films they've put out so far, which I think was Ikaru and Hidden Fortress. Sold out. What's stopping them from releasing more than just King Kong versus Godzilla on 4K?
That is a very good question. If we want to talk, do we want to get into that whole debacle?
I mean,
because I have opinions about these Japanese studios when it comes to releasing their stuff outside Japan.
It's open forum. We do whatever.
Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, Toho's not the worst, but they're close. Toho, basically here's what it boils down to. I'll get into my opinions about each one, but basically what it boils down to is they're afraid, particularly with Blu-rays, they're afraid of reverse importing. If you don't know what reverse importing is, it's basically if, say, Toho licensed a 4K box set of a handful of Kurosawa movies with Criterion. Let them do that. Here's the thing. Japan and the United States are in the same Blu-ray region. They're not in the same DVD region. This is why this confused me when I first started looking into it. They're in the same Blu-ray region. So what they're afraid of is that if they let a foreign company release something, release some of their media on Blu-ray before they release it in Japan, then the Japanese consumers will just import it from the United States because they can get it cheaper. Because physical media prices in Japan are insane. That's something we really need to, we shouldn't take that for granted as Americans. We can get Blu-rays and DVDs and everything far cheaper than they are in Japan. Far cheaper. So that's what they're scared of, because they're thinking, oh, we're going to lose money off of this. I get that. That's why infamously with King Kong versus Godzilla, they did a restoration. That movie was notorious for being poorly preserved. Well, they finally did a restoration of it, released it in Japan, and gave an older edition to Criterion. So I don't hold Criterion responsible for that. A lot of the things that people complain about with the Criterion Godzilla set, you and I did a live stream about this, actually, Elijah. I throw that at the feet of Toho. Because Criterion, we know Criterion makes quality products, but they can only work with what they're given. So Toho is kind of annoying with that, because they want to kind of selfishly hold on to the good stuff, release it in Japan, and then maybe a little bit later, they'll give the good stuff to a foreign company like a Criterion to release elsewhere. But even then, they're going to be weird, because they're like, please don't include dubs, and because they're afraid of having to pay royalties to people they didn't know existed, or they think that the dubs are insulting to the movies, or whatever. They're a little bit overprotective and neurotic with some of their stuff. So, yeah, but they're not the worst offender. The worst offender is Toei, because Toei thinks they're worth $1 gazillion. So they charge through the nose for everything. And unlike a lot of these other Japanese companies, they seem to be perfectly content with just shelling out their stuff to whoever's the highest bidder, even if it means they have 5 people releasing stuff from the same franchise. Hello, Kamen Rider.
And I was about to say, and that's where Kamen Rider is, because you have Shout Factory with Kamen Rider 71, Shout Factory with Kamen Rider Heisei Generations Forever, the short movie, Shout Factory for Kamen Rider Kuga, Shout Factory for Kamen Rider Ryuki, Shout Factory for Kamen Rider 01 plus Real Time X specials. You have Media Blasters for Kamen Rider World, Kamen Rider Zeo, Kamen Rider J, Shin Kamen Rider Prologue, Kamen Rider the First, and Kamen Rider the Next. And now you've got, you had Generations Kikaida for Kamen Rider V3. And then you have Discotech for Kamen Rider Black and Kamen Rider Black RX. And I would argue Discotech has worked with Toei for Legend of Dinosaurs and Monster Birds. Bullet Train, I believe, is also a Toei title, among a ton of anime. I'm not going to be surprised if we see more Kamen Rider. They've also done Message from Space Galactic Wars and Mega Beast Investigator Just Beyond and Space Sheriff Gavin. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more Discotech releases.
Yeah, but keep in mind, the reason that they released Just Beyond is because it was cheap.
Right. And then Space Sheriff Gavin was like, just go
That's
for the
big
jugular.
one. Yeah.
I'd like to see more, though. I'd love to see more Metal Heroes.
Right. Yeah, I think we could start seeing that coming through, but like I said, the problem is that Toei is just charging through the nose for these things. They think Super Sentai is still worth Power Ranger money when Power Rangers isn't worth Power Ranger money anymore.
Speaking of Power Rangers, I know nothing about Power Rangers besides the 2017 movie is Breakfast Club, but giant robots.
And Iron Man armor. Not spandex, because it's not spandex. It's Iron Man armor.
But it's a good movie.
Yes, it is. Hot take. I know, but I don't care.
Thank you. What did you think of Once and Always?
The trailer? Because it hasn't
Yes.
aired yet.
Yes, the trailer.
I gotta tell you,
Rita?
Robo Rita is pure nightmare fuel. I have rarely seen anything in tokusatsu as terrifying as Robo Rita. At least stuff meant for kids. That thing is horrifying. Although what's funny is the design for Robo Rita got leaked because somebody put out the Funko Pop design, and that was horrifying enough. Robo Rita in the Funko style. But yeah, so Robo Rita is nuts. But honestly, as crazy as seeing Robo Rita was and seeing all the Easter eggs and things that are going to be that they threw into this trailer, the most shocking thing for me is they have now canonized that Robo Rita killed Trini. And the reason that they're working in the death of Trini is because the actress, Tui Trang, sadly died about 20 years ago in a car accident. So that's why you haven't been seeing her come back for any reunion special or anything since then, because her life was cut short, sadly. And now that's what they're doing. And they're quote unquote replacing her with Trini's daughter. That's who the other Asian girl is in the trailer. It's her daughter. That's why you hear her say it's like she killed mom because she wants to get revenge on Robo Rita, because apparently it was Robo Rita who did it.
I don't know anything about Power Rangers, so I don't know really almost anything what you just said.
I understand what you're talking about. It's just that was the most shocking thing for me, that they're not only working in this character's death, but they're making it a murder.
Mm-hmm.
And they're making that a central plot point in what seemed in the story. Apparently, I was not prepared for that. People have been theorizing in the Ranger fandom, was like, what are they going to do to address this? I mean, we were already trying to figure out what they're going to do about JDF, because that was tragic enough. But the thing is he wasn't going to be in it to begin with. He had already said no. He had no interest. He's moving on from Power Rangers. He's grateful for what it did for him. He still very much appreciates the franchise and really helped to make it what it is, make it as popular as it is, because he was really great with the fans. I know I met him last year, but he was just done because there was a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that he was not happy with. And he was like, I'm done. I'm moving on. I'm going to do Legend of the White Dragon. I have a new character now. I'm quote unquote retiring Tommy, basically. So there's a whole slew of drama with that. So he wasn't going to be in it, but there is a Green Ranger in this special, and we don't know what's going on with that. But now everyone seems to be talking about the fact that we are canonizing Trini's death and it was murder.
Interesting. See, the only thing that really took me, because I watched the trailer, I watched it. I don't know anything what I'm watching. I don't know where the people are from, but the Megazord looked really cool in the one shot we saw of it.
Yeah, they worked really hard to replicate the original Zhu Ranger footage.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, this looks like moody and cool and awesome.
Mm-hmm. They did slim him down a little bit, I noticed. I saw a side-by-side comparison of the shot that they recreated, and yeah, he looks a little, they look a little slimmed down.
Gotcha.
But that might be because I think they're CGI.
I was going to ask if you thought they were going to be CG, and that
I can tell they're CGI. I know they're CGI. Because there's no new Toei footage used. I think all of it's original.
Maybe they could have just commissioned Toei. I mean, there's a new movie that Toei worked on. I mean, Toei is co-producing with Sony Pictures on a new movie titled, let's see here. What is it titled? The trailer just dropped today. Where is it? Don't tell me they took it off again.
Oh, no. Did they copyright strike themselves again?
I found out that Sone's Sone? Oh my
Sone?
god.
Sone?
Sone?
Sone? Ole! Sone! Sone!
They have like removed this trailer like multiple times. Where is it? It's called Knights of the Zodiac. It's a co-production with Toei
Yes.
Animation.
Yeah, it's an anime. Mm-hmm.
It's not an anime. It's live action.
It's a tokusatsu based on Knights of the Zodiac. Really?
It would be a tokusatsu since Toei worked on it. Yes.
I think isn't it one of their animes too?
It might be. I don't
think
know.
it
I
is.
don't watch anime.
I mean, Toei made a live action version of one of their own animes. That was Sailor Moon. I've seen a few minutes of the Toku version of it. I'm like, this show is crazy.
I thought you were going to reference Devilman.
No, that's for you. I listened to your episode on Devilman and I said, you know what? I'm good. I don't need to see that one.
I don't know. Maybe you should.
Pay me to do it on Patreon and I'll consider it.
Pay me to do Dragon Lizard Lord Super Monsters.
Oh, that's coming.
If you send me $5, I will cover that as
on your podcast or mine?
On my podcast.
On your podcast? Only $5?
$5.
Shut up and take my money.
Just don't send it in until like September.
September?
Yes, I have a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline.
How much for Dragon Lizard Lord and the sequel?
15.
15? 15? And you cover both back to back? You make Rex watch it and everything?
Oh, yeah, I'd have to find a way to get Rex to watch it. I mean, yeah.
We'll talk.
Sure we will. I'm sure we will.
Come on. Do you really still think, considering the trailer we just saw from SRS, do you really think Dragon Lizard Lord is going to be the bottom of the barrel for them?
Absolutely.
Even with that new one that they just showed? The like Armageddon rat thing?
Oh.
Here, I will remind you.
No, you're good. You don't have to. No, I don't. For anybody who doesn't, God, I can't say this without being an a-hole. I can't talk. I'm done. I can't comment. If I comment,
I mean, I do feel like we have to be a little bit nice to the fella who made it, because I met him and he made that movie and it helped him deal with some mental health issues. It was good for him. And I'm like, you know what? I'm happy it was good for you. I really am. So I can't fault him. Besides, the guy's made two more kaiju movies than I have.
You know,
I have rendered the littlest gatekeeper speechless.
Well, here's why. If you can't say anything nice, just don't say anything.
Yeah,
at
there
all.
you go. But no, I'm on their website right now.
I'm holding
trying.
back
Man,
so
I
much.
think they redid their website. This website looks way different now. And let me see. Go to the store. Let's see. Do they still have the kaiju header? So I could just sort everything up by kaiju. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay, here we go. Here we go. See, there's a good one. Well, okay, maybe not, but Wang Mogwai. Wang
I
Mogwai.
still haven't watched Wang Mogwai.
Oh, prepare yourself to meet Spider King of the Kennys. He makes Gamera Kennys look positively normal.
See, I feel bad because I haven't watched Space Monster Wing Mogwai yet, and I have my Super Legend God Hikoza coming in the mail. So I need to catch up on my SRS releases. There's a lot that I still haven't seen.
Why are they Why are they listing Legend of the Stardust Brothers as kaiju?
It's kaiju / toku. It's kaiju / toku.
Okay. Well, I'm not finding that. There's Hikoza. I just got that one in the mail. Yeah, here it is. Armageddon Apocalypse King.
Danny said Hikoza was a blast. Mine's coming in the mail.
Yeah, I got mine. I haven't watched it yet, but yeah, here. You were already declaring this, sir, to be the bottom of the barrel, not just for SRS, but the entire franchise.
You know, like I said, if I can't say anything nice, I shouldn't say anything at all.
Do we want to do a live trailer reaction to this one too?
No.
The trailer that tells you nothing?
No, I'm good. I don't want to. I don't want to. Yep. No, I'm good.
Okay.
I think that for my benefit.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, Danny's right. It's Armageddon. Armageddon. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. Actually, that could be a fun episode for you to do. Do a ranking of all of the SRS kaiju movies that they have released.
Well, that would include
rank all the ones that they've released. Yeah. We all know what number 1 is.
But here's the problem with that. That means I would have to find a way to watch Yucatina. Okatina, whatever.
Yeah.
Like I decided with Konga TNT and Zillafoot that I should never watch another American SRS title again.
I haven't seen Octina yet, so I can't comment.
Likewise, I just refuse to. But speaking of kaiju and SRS, there is something that SRS did post the other day that I think is kind of interesting.
Oh, what's that?
They posted on their Facebook, they had a very, very historic acquisition to announce this coming weekend. Not this weekend, but next.
Oh.
And they specifically said it's not kaiju.
Okay.
Which is kind of weird. Like, why would they clarify that?
Probably because those kaiju titles have been selling more than anything else they do.
See, this is what they sent. Really, really, really big historic acquisitions news coming. Will not confirm nor deny anything except it's not a kaiju movie. Smiley face. I'm like, are you saying it's a kaiju movie? Is it a Toku movie? Did you get the Kamen Rider movies?
How in the heck could they afford Kamen Rider?
Really, really, really big historic acquisitions. Danny says,
and here I am trying to figure out what that could possibly be.
I'm wondering if it's like a tokusatsu. I'm wondering if it's the director of House, Obayashi-san's films that Third Window Films released, because they worked with SRS for The Day of Destruction. I'm wondering if they're going to also work with them and release like a box set of his films that would classify as tokusatsu.
Right. If they hadn't said that it wasn't kaiju, I might have said like maybe they finally got Gamera 4.
I feel like they could never. I don't see Ron able to pull that one off. I really don't.
Yeah. What were some other titles that I was thinking to myself? I wonder if Ron could get his mitts on those. Like I would love to see him get his hands on some of what's the Monster Seafood Wars guy?
Minoru Kawasaki?
Yeah, I would love to see him get more of his films. Like I've seen Outer Man. It's available to stream or buy. You can buy. It used to be you used to be able to stream it for free if you just had Amazon Prime, but now then they changed it so you had to buy it. The only way to watch it was to buy it. I've seen Outer Man. I love Outer Man. I'd love to see Outer Man get a physical release. I don't know who would do it other than SRS would take it in a heartbeat, and then maybe some of those other slightly larger, I guess, distributors who like getting the obscure toku would put it out. I would buy a Blu-ray of Outer Man in a heartbeat. I love Outer Man.
Yeah, you've got I mean, if they could always do a compilation of Kawasaki's Dene stuff, which would be really cool. You've got Earth Defense Widow, you've got Outer Man, you've got Kabuto O Beetle, you've got Goalkeeper Crab, President Tanuki is a recent one he just did, Planet Prince 2021.
That one would be amusing to see.
Yeah, you've got Pussy Soup. You've got, I want to say that's all of his full-length feature films that haven't been distributed.
Right, but if it's not kaiju, I'm guessing it's got to be some sort of in the right circles, probably some well-known like super indie movie that they've been able to get their hands on. I just don't know what that would be. And if it's not kaiju, but it's toku, I'm racking my brain trying to think of what that might be. I'm not entirely sure.
Likewise, I'm staying with the Obayashi-san box set. I feel like if anything, it's going to be that because he's like a big, well-known director for independent stuff.
Mm-hmm. You know, we've been on the subject right now, for a while now about like dream physical media releases that we would like to see. What are some other ones? Like, what are some titles you would love to see get a physical media release, and what company would you like to see do it? You know, we've talked about Criterion with Kurosawa. One that we could theorize about is that there's rumblings now that we could see another Godzilla box set from Criterion, probably Heisei and Millennium. So, that's something we could talk about. But what are some other ones that you would absolutely love to see right now?
For kaiju releases?
I don't care. Pick something. Toku, kaiju, whatever. The wheels are turning. Because I will say, when it comes to kaiju tokusatsu, we've been getting an abundance of riches for the last couple of years.
God. Oh my God. What would I pick? What would I pick? You put me on the spot, and I don't have an idea off the top of my head. Anything that like is available, not like if they found it, it would be great.
Yeah, well, if you got like a lost film or something like that, you'd like to say maybe, but no, I'm thinking more in the realm of the possible right now.
Okay. Japanese kaiju tokusatsu, right?
Whatever you want.
You gotta limit it.
Fine. We'll keep it to the purview of our podcast. Kaiju Toku.
Oh. Okay. So
just to make it a little easier on you, littlest gatekeeper.
I mean, off the top of my head, stuff I'm thinking is Half Human, Submersion of Japan.
Submersion of Japan.
Prophecies of Nostradamus, Blood Type Blue, SB. If we're going off of Toho movies, if we're going off of Toho TV shows, Danny just posted it. I'll post it here. Godzilla Island. I'd love to see that get a DVD release.
Actually, related to that, you know what I would also love to see, because it's basically the one piece of Showa Godzilla
Zone Fighter.
Zone Fighter, yeah. That's the one piece of Showa Godzilla continuity we still haven't gotten. I don't know who would do it. It wouldn't be Criterion, because Criterion doesn't do television.
They have, though. They have.
They have?
They have.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know they had released any television.
They have. I've done some research. They have done some telly.
Okay, well then there could be there could be the outside possibility that they could release Zone Fighter. How insane, absolutely insane would it be if Criterion released Zone Fighter? Because they're like, it's the Godzilla license. It's under the Godzilla umbrella. We're gonna do it.
That would be really interesting. That would be so interesting.
Yeah, half human and prophecies I think would be interesting because they're banned movies. I think honestly it's about time that they were taken out of the vault. I think they should be allowed to be viewed for what they are and allow people to engage with it. But you know what, one that they would be able to release that I think would be absolutely perfect for Criterion, The Last War.
Okay.
The Last War is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. That is Criterion material if I've ever seen any.
That's fair.
Toho, early 60s, heavy social commentary. Akira Takarada is just it's got Criterion's name all over it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think, other than a VHS release, it's ever seen the. Well, I think it got a theatrical release, but the only home media releases that I think it's gotten is it was on VHS.
Laserdisc.
Was it on Laserdisc?
Yes.
In the US?
Yes, because Paramount Pictures released it to VHS, and that was in the same set as War of the Gargantuas, Rodan, Godzilla King of the Monsters. All of those also got laser discs as well.
Yes, the Three Treasures. I would love to see Three Treasures as well.
And to add on to this, Princess of the Moon, Criterion has the license.
Yeah. Princess of the Moon, the I think is that the screen debut of Megumi Odaka?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. And can someone else please re-release Yamato Takeru or Orochi the Eight-Headed Dragon or whatever, because I really don't want to have to pay $50 for that thing minimum.
Just buy it. Like, I got it. Like, what's going on?
It's a pain in the neck to find, and when you do, it's like minimum $50.
I mean, I'd rather get Gunhead over Orochi.
Oh, good Lord, Gunhead.
Look, I don't want to pay.
That one's even worse when it comes to pricing.
Yeah.
Basically, what I'm trying to say here, people, if you love Japanese media, never take a physical media release of anything. I don't care if it's toku, anime, or whatever it is under either of those umbrellas. Never take a physical media release here. I saw that, Danny. I never take a physical media release of any of that for granted, because if you think, I can wait a little bit, next week it'll be out of print. I've had that happen to me so many freaking times. And then I think to myself, I had it in my hand and I didn't buy it. Why?
Sometimes you gotta be on the same level as me, Nathan. That's
oh, really?
Yeah.
Do I want to know how many credit cards you've maxed out on physical media?
0.
Oh, look at you, so hardcore.
I'm so good. I'm good. I'm great.
But you also starved yourself for 2 days because you got a laptop.
And I don't have. We shouldn't talk about my financial situation right now. We're good.
I did it for the art. Which, by the way, in all seriousness, that conversation that you and Danny had about that was immensely touching. And honestly, I see why you walked away from that live stream just energized and just in love. And what you and Danny said, it resonates with me too. It really does. And when you're someone who wants to spend their life being creative, anytime that you feel like you're getting pulled away from that, it feels like a little piece of you kind of dies inside a little bit until you get closer to it. It's like you have to be near the campfire. If you get far from the campfire, you get cold, and and if you get too far away from the campfire, you'll freeze to death. You have to be near the campfire. Get what I'm saying?
I absolutely do.
Yeah. And we need that outlet, and something that there's a group of my friends, a bunch of people I knew from school. We were all writing majors or creatives in some form or another. We've been meeting together once a month for, I think, a little over a year now, reading a lot of books about creativity and what it means, because we're all Christian people too. So we're evaluating it through what does it mean to be creative and to be people of faith and all of that sort of stuff. And honestly, I think one of the most profound things that I've garnered out of those studies that we've been with, all the books that we've been reading, is that the thing about art is that it's not necessary for survival, and yet it is. It is complete and utter extravagance. It's it's not necessarily practical. You know what I mean? You don't need to, I don't know, just this is an analogy that came into my head. You don't need to have a car that is, that looks pretty. You don't need to have a Mustang because it looks amazing. And it's got all of these things in it that make it just absolutely crazy if you just want to drive a car to work every day. But we live in such a utilitarian society where if we can't find something that is immediately, quote unquote, useful with something, whether it be a skill, a class, or whatever, we tend to discard it as some sort of extravagance.
I agree. I love this.
Yes.
I love what Earth without art is just
yeah.
So
And
true.
and that's why you see, when schools, public schools are been notorious for this, I think, for the last couple of decades. If they have to do budget cuts and they have to cut stuff out of their class schedule, their curriculum, what's the first things that'll go? Anything involving the arts, whether it's actual art class or music, anything like that, because they don't see it as, quote unquote, useful. But the fact that, and I know you're not, exactly, a Christian person, but indulge me here for a second, Elijah. All right. The very existence, from a Christian theological standpoint, the very existence of the universe is an act of extravagance. God did not need to make the universe. He was completely sufficient unto himself. He created out of this, this incredible impulse because he wanted to make something, because because he's a loving God, and then he made the universe. And so the fact that we even exist, our existence is an extravagance, because God doesn't need us, but he wants us. That's the beauty of it. And beauty gives such color to life. If everything was utilitarian, it would be so boring. I don't know if we would have a concept of what that means, but it made me feel validated that what I'm doing has value as a creative person. Maybe what I do doesn't have immediate, quote unquote, utilitarian value, but the stories that I've heard from people who tell me about, whether it's listening to my podcasts or reading my books or just, anything like that, the stories I get from people where they just tell me, sometimes it's just saying, I really enjoyed it. Sometimes it made me laugh. Other times I've had people get a hold of me and say, I needed what you made. It came to me at just the right moment in my life. I don't think he's talked about it before when he was on Kim's stream last year for G-Fest, but he told me about this, and I don't think he'll mind me sharing the story. But Neil Reeby, do you remember Neil?
I do.
Yeah, one of my writer friends from I met him at G-Fest. He told me last year at the convention, we were hanging out together, and he got very emotional actually when he told me this story. He told me that for a while in 2020, he was unemployed. He lost his job because of a choice that he decided to make. And he told me he started listening to my podcast. And it was when he told me specifically when he started listening. It was when I was doing the Gamera movies for season 2. He just started listening to it. I think it was actually for, I want to say it was one of the Heisei movies. I think it might have been I think it was Gamera 2. He was listening to that episode, and he told me it brought him such joy in the midst of everything he was dealing with that he actually said he got really emotional. He would cry because he needed that. He needed to hear something from people who love the same things that he did as much as he did and took it seriously and weren't laughing at it just to laugh at it because they didn't get it. I have rarely heard a story from anybody about something I did, my art, so to speak. And I do consider it art. That told me right there, what I do is important. A more positive example I would give was I just put out an episode that had a story segment with a bunch of our friends in it, actually. Danny makes a cameo. Michael was in it. Damon was in it. Yeah. What?
Not me.
Yeah, you weren't in it. Yeah, I'll find a way to get you on. I'll find a way to get you, to do some acting on the show if you're willing. But I had a bit role for a girl, 18-year-old girl, high school senior, who I met at a convention last year because she came to a panel I was doing. And she wanted to audition for a character on the show. And she didn't get the first character she auditioned for. She didn't get in. I went with someone else. But I said, you know what? I was originally not going to give this particular character as a bit role. It was a bar wench named Bonnie. All right. I was originally not going to give her any lines, but when she said she still wanted to be in the show, I was like, okay, I'll find some ways to give this character some lines. And I did. She did a live reaction on her YouTube channel to the episode and was just absolutely overjoyed. Like, she was texting me the whole day on Facebook Messenger saying like, oh, I just have 2 more classes to get through and then I can actually listen to the episode. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. So excited. It's like, you had like 8 lines. You're a bit character. But then she listened to it. She was loving every second of it. She would pause it, make comments. And then she was saying like, tell me what the character looks like and I will cosplay as her. I mean, like, she was just absolutely overjoyed. And I'm like, she's not even a major character. She's just happy to be here. I did that for her. It was such a humbling experience to know for me, it seemed like such a small thing to do, but it brought her such profound joy. And I'm like, this is why I podcast. This is why I do what I do.
That's a good story.
Yeah.
See, when you brought up the whole hearing something at the right time, I brought this up in the last one, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, so I'm not going to. Me and my best friend have been talking about watching that movie, and I showed him the trailer, and I can't get through it without tearing up. I have never had a movie hit my stone cold heart. I'm a heartless monster. Like, if you know me, like, I'm pretty like low on the bar for emotions. But there's something about the Fabelmans that no other movie has ever done, ever in the history of the world. And I think what it was Spielberg finally was able to communicate what he has been saying for decades. And he was able to communicate it the way he's always wanted to. And I told Danny this, how Spielberg once said, get a camera and just film. record everything. Don't take 1 second without recording. And the way I interpreted that was, everywhere I go, how would I film? How would I shoot this? What would I do? And in a way, Spielberg does that. Spielberg, in case you didn't know, the Spielberg doesn't do. Mark earlier in the stream said that he storyboards everything for all of his creative endeavors that are videos. That's something people do. For Avengers Infinity War, the only scene they actually storyboarded was the final fight. But because of how much going on, they needed to storyboard it. Spielberg has never storyboarded a single movie. He doesn't storyboard. What he does is he goes into the set on the day, gets his camera out, and just starts filming to find out what the best shot is. That is what Spielberg does. He does not plan. He does not prep. He goes to set and he films. And he records until he finds the shots he likes. And then he goes with those shots. Spielberg knows what he's doing. He sees it in his head before he does it. And then he gets his camera to confirm what's best. For my horror film, Boxed In, that I'm working on, there is a shot where I had my phone hooked up to a tripod, and it was sitting underneath my car. And I'm just going to tell you this shot because I'm in love with this shot. And the car goes forward, so it looks like the camera's pulling away from the car, but it's actually going forward. And as soon as the car goes past, the camera comes up, and it rotates and backs up.
Wow.
As the phone stops. And I didn't storyboard this. This was it popped in my head. I was trying to figure out, I was like, okay, I need a shot of the car stopping. How do I want to do this shot of the car stopping? And then in my head, it just showed up from the bottom, up, rotates, stop. And I did that. That was the shot I wanted. That's the shot I needed. That is what I got. It was all in my head, and I needed to put it out on video. So that's a shot in the movie now. And that one shot has now made me look and say, okay, every other shot I need to think, how can I make this the most interesting? How can I develop this film to have interesting shots? I've said this on the cast. There are some shots in Boxed In that I have filmed where it is an intense angle. It is where, like, the camera is slightly tilted.
The
Onoisms.
I'm stumbling over my words there. The caffeine's wearing off. Dutch angles.
Yeah.
The famous Dutch angles.
I call them Onoisms because to me, Hideaki Anno likes to have the shots where... Wait, where am I going?
Anno doesn't necessarily do tilted camera shots. That's too normal for him. He puts the camera in weird places.
Right, but like I have shots where my character is in the corner blocking. Or I have shots where it's like right underneath him. And I love those shots. And I'm striving to just create this visually interesting shot. I mean, the way I did this lighting setup because I wanted something a little more dramatic. On top of that, partly why I did this is Anno was influenced by Koji Jisoji. And Jisoji filmed a lot in Return of Ultraman.
He was in the original as well.
He was. And Anno's
actually,
favorite show,
basically, I think everything up to Return, he was pretty heavily involved. He was in, well, not Ultra Q. He was in original Ultraman. He did some Ultra 7 and some Return. Yeah.
And Return of Ultraman was Anno's favorite Ultraman show, and recently we had the unfortunate news
Right.
of
I was going to bring that up.
that was one of the things wanted to talk about was who we lost.
Mm-hmm.
For those who haven't heard the really heartbreaking news, the actor who played Hideki Go, right? That was
Go.
Go's name. GODZILLA passed away yesterday.
Yeah, but I think
ago.
well, wait,
It was announced yesterday. It was 2 days ago.
Yeah, but I think in typical Japanese fashion, they don't announce it publicly for like a month and a half.
Yes.
So I'm guessing it probably happened a while ago.
GODZILLA passed away. He was Hideki Go in the host of Return of Ultraman, and he played
Ultraman Jack.
Yes, and he played the G Guard commander in Godzilla Island. Which it's kind of novel that around his passing is when this show is officially coming to the United States. More people are going to know him than ever before.
Right.
And it was when I heard that he's the first Ultraman host of the Showa era to pass.
I think he's the first one altogether.
I think so.
Yeah, which is just mind-boggling to think about. That I wish I could remember all their names now. That Shin Hayata and dang it, I should turn in my nerd card. The guy for Ultra 7. Yeah, I know I'm terrible. Dan Moriboshi. Yeah, the Dan Moriboshi. That the two OGs. They're still around. It's just I don't know. I would love to. I think they're actually a little older than GODZILLA, right?
Yes.
I think they're a little older than him, but they're still around.
It was just when I read that, it like hit because this is the first Ultraman host.
Right.
And Go was one of the most dynamic hosts that I've seen.
Yeah. The show he was in was I would actually say it's probably I think it's one of my favorites that I've seen of the Ultra series so far. Which is interesting because that was the first one made after the death of Tsuburaya. So it was the first step of his creation, arguably his greatest creation, living on without him. And they came out swinging with it. I mean, they got Honda to direct a handful of episodes, and they went nuts.
They did.
They basically came up with a new style for Ultraman, starting with that show that in one form or another, I feel like really up until probably, I would say certainly all the way up to Leo, the last live action show in the 70s. Well, okay, I don't know. I haven't seen 80 yet. So there could still be some of that in 80. I'm almost done with the anime right now, the 79 anime, and it's very much its own thing compared to the rest of it. But Return of Ultraman really set the stage for what we would get going forward for a long time.
Danny posted something I wholeheartedly agree with. He said, up until now, the Ultras and their host seemed almost incapable of being touched by time. Like every one of the men who played the host would be here forever. Just like the heroes they embody.
Right. And I talked about this when Jason David Frank died. And I understand it's a different franchise, a different situation. It's not going to be the same. But my argument then is still my argument now, and that's that these characters should be allowed to transcend the actors who have portrayed them because the characters are bigger than them. And I do think that in this case, that is going to happen. Ultraman Jack is bigger than GODZILLA. Ultraman Jack can continue on. We'll probably still see Ultraman Jack in Superia media going forward. He's one of the Ultra Brothers. I'm not going to get rid of him. Because that's one of the beauties of the Ultraman franchise. Anybody can be an Ultraman. Maybe we won't see the Go again, but we can still see Jack. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, have you seen Superior 8 Ultra Brothers?
I am stuck eternally on Ultraman 80.
So I've heard. But that's an interesting little movie. I think up until Shin Ultraman, it was the highest grossing Ultraman movie in Japan.
It was.
And that one is a very interesting cross section of Ultraman generations, because there's several Showa characters who show up in it, including GODZILLA as well. He's not technically Go, but it's supposed to be a very similar one. It's kind of a weird thing where it's a parallel universe where there's a bunch of characters who look like the Ultraman characters, the human hosts, but it's not them. And the one who is technically the guy is Mebius, because Mebius shows up in this universe trying to track down a monster, and then it leads to a bigger problem that they have to deal with. And then there's also a handful of the 90s characters who are in it. So like Tiga and Dinah, I think, if I remember correctly, I think they're in it. And then Mebius is kind of, the new kid on the block in that movie. And it's such a wonderfully endearing thing, because it's kind of meta. It's meta, but it's also its own story that you could enjoy without the metatextual context. And Go is in it as this, he's this old guy. And spoiler warning for anyone who hasn't seen it, even though these are not the quote unquote Ultra hosts, they all get to be their respective Ultraman by the end. And then there's this massive team up to take down this Lovecraftian level monster. And I don't know, it just makes me think of that, because it speaks to the timelessness and the immortality of these characters. I get it. It's a little bit different, because I was trying to say, Superman is bigger than Christopher Reeve. But the counter argument I always get is, well, Superman existed before Christopher Reeve. Sure. But that doesn't change the fact that these characters should be allowed to be bigger than one person. If you know what I mean, or one time or something like that. If the character is that versatile, they should be allowed to be transcendent.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment. So I've kind of hit all the things that I wanted to talk about. I wanted to bring up GODZILLA. I felt like that would be disrespectful if we didn't. Not only because this is a podcast and a live stream series now that covers kaiju and tokusatsu, but because of his impact on kaiju and tokusatsu.
Yeah, I will say, going back to what he did as Go in that show, he was probably the most dynamic, I think, of the Ultra hosts up until his point. I mean, we all love Shin Hayata. Shin Hayata is an icon. Dan Moroboshi is great because he was very different. He wasn't a host. He was a human form. It's such a great idea, great variation on an idea. But Go actually had a personal life outside of being a superhero. He had a girlfriend and all kinds of stuff. And spoiler warning, she dies halfway through the show.
And his best friend.
They shook up the whole status quo.
They did.
Halfway through the show. That was gutsy.
And the fact that Go quits. It gets
quit
to the
a lot,
point,
though. It was almost a joke after a while.
But at the end, when he says, "I can't do this anymore," and legitimately gives up and quits, that hit really hard, because we had never seen that before. We had never seen an Ultra host just at the end of his show, not fight to the death. He says, I can't do this anymore. And he ends it with that.
Mm-hmm.
That was such an interesting idea. And so different from anything before or after from the Showa era, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I haven't seen Ultraman 80, but I get from what I've seen, it's not going to be that same way.
Yeah, I haven't heard the best things about 80. But I've also heard from some people who love it. So
I got like a quarter of the way through it, and then I forgot where I was at because I haven't touched in like 6 months, and now I have to restart. It's a rough time for me in Ultraman 80.
That's the one downside about physical media over a streaming service. At least the streaming service will keep track of where you left off.
Yeah, but like I'm sure I could figure it out. It's just I don't
It doesn't help that unfortunately Ultraman 80 is not Mill Creek's best work.
Yeah.
With releasing, because I mean they probably weren't given the best of prints, because I don't think Tsuburaya has paid as much attention to that show because it's not one of their more popular shows. But my goodness, I really want to do a screenshot comparison between the DVD and the streaming version of 80, because I'm wondering if it looks slightly better on streaming than it does on the DVD, because it's not their best work.
Maybe.
It looks like they compressed it a little too hard, but I don't know. But don't get me started on the questionable subtitles that are on the anime. Because those subtitles are whack. The weird thing is, I think about 2/3 of the way through the show, suddenly they got better. Still not perfect. Nowhere close to what I would like them to be. But suddenly they got better. It's almost like they got their act together. And I'm telling you, the subtitles are at least formatted differently on streaming than they are on the DVDs, because I did a comparison. Now, I don't know if they're the exact same text, but they're centered as opposed to being left aligned. That was the weirdest decision they made. But still, even that is probably not the worst subtitles on a Mill Creek release. Looking at Gridman.
Oh boy.
If we were ever to cover that show on a podcast, I wouldn't know what to do with those subtitles. Like if Gridman was ever on Henshin Man, I wouldn't know what to do with those subtitles. Got children swearing like sailors. In fact, they probably make sailors blush. Who made those things?
Baby Dan Dan stops.
Yep.
Oh boy. Well, I feel like we've had a good run, Nathan. We've had a real good run.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Do you have anything you'd love to just dive into?
How about the Tokyo SOS screening this week? Were you able to make it?
I most certainly was.
Okay, let's talk. I really thought that was going to be on your list. We should talk about that for a second here. For one hot minute, all right?
The subtitles didn't have Godzilla.
Godzilla, yeah. I'm trying to figure out if they're the same. I meant to do a comparison because I thought we would talk about it tonight. I wanted to see if they were the same ones that are on the Sony Blu-ray. I did compare the previous one to my Blu-ray, and I know those are different. But I know people are on one of the comments I was seeing is they subtitled Kiryu Mecha G.
Yes.
And I'm like, I seem to remember there was something like that on the DVD and Blu-ray. I can't remember if it was the dub or the subtitles. Correct me if I'm wrong, Danny. Was that the one that had the dub titles of the two Kiryu movies? Because I can't quite remember, because I did play the dub of Against Mechagodzilla with the subtitles on, and the dub and the sub were eerily close. Okay,
The DVD was straight dub titled.
okay.
So,
Because I do remember they didn't say Kiryu. The subtitles, and I think the dub as well, for Against Mechagodzilla said
Mecha G.
Kiryu. But no, they said Kiryu. Tokyo SOS, they didn't. You hear it if you listen to the Japanese, but they didn't translate it as that. I think they either just said Mechagodzilla or
Mecha
I don't
G.
know if they did Mecha G.
they did.
So, well, I know in the new subtitles they did.
I know in the... Oh, you mean in the old subtitles? I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know.
That
about-
I'm just what I'm trying to remember. So there's a disparity there. So
the print
this
was worse. I
What?
think the print was a little worse.
Yeah, I didn't notice anything about the print as much as other people did. I was paying more attention to the subtitles. And honestly, just trying to soak the movie in. I was just noticing things about how I felt about the movie itself more than necessarily the presentation, because the subtitles were a step up from the previous one.
No, okay. Does Tokyo SOS really go that fast?
It's a short. All of the what's his name? Tezuka? No.
Yeah.
Is it Tezuka? All three of his movies go by pretty fast. Okay, so yeah, I did remember it correctly.
Now,
But-
Tezuka did, was it Megaguirus?
Megaguirus, and the two
and
Kiryu
SOS.
movies.
Okay.
Yeah, and you could definitely tell there's a stylistic uniformity to those three, contrary to what we see in the rest of the Millennium movies. And it's weird. I haven't seen Tokyo SOS in a while. The last time I saw Tokyo SOS, I found myself appreciating it more than I did the first time I watched it.
The
Okay.
Fathom version was a weird mix of the two. The dialogue was accurate for the most part, but they still used the Mecha G name. Not sure why.
Yeah, that was weird. I remember the last time I watched Tokyo SOS, which was a few years ago, I found myself appreciating it more than I had before. I had a weird reaction to Against Mechagodzilla, and then kind of Vicarious, and then kind of by extension Tokyo SOS. I love the idea of Mechagodzilla Kiryu having a biological CPU and going berserk. I feel like that is such a brilliant concept, just rife with story possibility. And I never felt like, especially Against Mechagodzilla, that they used it to its fullest, which, if I could do a little endorsement here for some of my books, that's what prompted me to co-write this with a couple of friends, because Destroyer here, for those who might be listening to an audio version of this, this book is that whole concept, but that's the entire story. A berserk cyborg with a biological CPU cloned from dinosaur DNA that just goes absolutely ballistic, and that is the problem that needs to be solved for the entire story. And they do some stuff with it in Tokyo SOS, but even then, I didn't feel like the script for Tokyo SOS it didn't do as much as I wanted it to. The thing that I was struck by more, especially seeing it on the big screen, is the effects, and I forgot how good the effects are in that one. And seeing it on the big screen really solidified that. The last time I watched it, I'm like, man, I forgot how good the effects were in this. Watching it again on the big screen, I'm like, yeah, I see how good the effects are in this. I mean, we talked about Final Wars earlier, but even Final Wars is a bit of a divergence in some ways. There's more CGI by comparison. And Final Wars was filmed on video, which is why there's some weird color grading in it, because that was filmed on video. Tokyo SOS was the last one filmed on actual film.
So the color grading isn't across the board the same. There's actually a different version of the film that removes the color grading.
Really?
Yes. The German DVD has it, and one of the Japanese releases that has it, I believe. The color grading is kind of just the American release.
That's weird because I feel like there's kind of a weird warm color filter on the movie.
Yeah,
when
that's
I watch
gone,
it.
and there's a. Let me see if I can pull up some screenshots.
I'd be curious about the screenshots. But anyway, so Tokyo SOS, because it has more practical effects by comparison to Final Wars, and it's filmed on film, not on video, in some ways it feels a bit more classic than Final Wars does, despite all of the references. And even when there is CGI in this movie, I am shocked how well it's used, how well it's utilized. So I can't fault the effects, but I didn't feel like the script was doing as much as I would have liked it to. I would have liked a little bit more from the characters, for the characters. I would have liked to have seen them integrated a little bit more into what was going on, especially with the Kiryu stuff. Because honestly, I felt like when they were really tapping into the Kiryu being alive portion of the story, that was probably the most those were the most interesting parts of the movie. Like, I do like the ending where the kid, the young guy, I should say, is in Kiryu trying to fix it, and as sentimental and kind of corny as it is, the part where Kiryu actually gets him out of him, and then you see on the computer screen sayonara.
Yes,
I was like, okay, it's still a little weird because I'm like, how would this Godzilla brain know to do that? But the fact that it even happened, I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going with it. So those bits of the script I really liked, but let's be honest, Mothra's in it for marquee value. You could potentially take Mothra out of this movie, and I don't know how much it would affect things. Mothra should have been more closely tied to the Kiryu stuff, I felt like.
I agree. There's definitely a lot of writing that could be used to touch up the Mothra character.
And honestly, there are things that are thrown in there from recycled from previous Mothra movies. Like, they're doing it because they know it's Mothra. Oh, there's an egg. It's barely brought up before it happens. And oh, look, there's twins. Twin Mothra larvae. Because we've done that before. Member berries. Oh, destroyed my microphone.
There we go. It's done. It's over. It's dead.
Yeah, there you go. I was like, member berries. Okay. I didn't feel like the twin larvae were as significant in this one as they were in previous movies. I won't complain about the fairies. They were nice. And I just recently found out that one of those actresses is in Shin Ultraman.
Really?
Yeah, one of the actresses who played one of the Mothra twins is can't remember her name, but the female lead in Shin Ultraman, the one who turns into a giant.
Right. Wait, she was in Final Wars? Or
no,
Tokyo
she was
SOS?
no. Or was it Final Wars?
No,
she was one of the Mothra twins, and I can't remember which one. I want to say it was Tokyo SOS. Oh, no, I think it was Tokyo SOS and Final Wars. So I think they used the same actresses.
Butt grabby lady.
The butt grabby lady, yes. Show some spirit. Yeah. Okay, now I have to know.
See, I'm still on the search here. I'm trying to get you some screen caps of the unaltered Godzilla Final Wars.
The unaltered Godzilla Final Wars.
I found 2 screenshots, but I wanted to see if I could find more. So bear with me as I look for these, because it's like a whole different movie.
Yes, she was one of the twins in Tokyo SOS and Final Wars.
Oh, did they come back for Final Wars?
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
She was also in something called Hidden Fortress: The Last Princess. They remade it. And it was directed by Higuchi. Shinji Higuchi remade I don't know if it's a remake or what. Wait, let me see.
Reimagined? Maybe she reimagined.
It is a remake of Hidden Fortress, released in 2008.
Wow.
And she made her acting debut in Pyrokinesis.
That was a Shusuke Kaneko film, was it not? I'm pretty sure that
so.
was.
Yep, it was a Kaneko film.
Look at me knowing something.
Mm-hmm. She was also in a movie called Crying Out Love in the Center of the World.
That's a great title.
I was going to say, that sounds very, very poetic. I'm going through her film. I'm vamping, going through her filmography while you try to find your stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, just saying. What are some of the? Oh, she was in the Bleach movie.
Bleach. Oh, is it a live action?
The Netflix movie.
Oh,
huh. Yeah, she was. Is it Masaki Kurosaki? I think that's the main. I think that is the protagonist's mother. I've seen that. And she's in Shin Kamen Rider. She's one of the monsters.
okay. Hang on. I found it.
And she did the Japanese dub for Sing and Sing 2.
What did Takarada did one of those, did he not?
No, he did Cats.
That's right. That's what he did.
Oh my gosh, she's won or been nominated for a bunch of awards.
Of course. Okay. I'm sending me, myself, and I
Into the
email.
Shinverse.
Into the Shinverse.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, you got any thoughts on Tokyo SOS? How long had it been since you had seen the movie before you saw it at the theater this week?
Me?
Yeah.
Or Danny?
You.
It's been a while since I've seen it.
Mhm.
I remember being really surprised.
Oh my gosh, that looks so different.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, why?
Oh, that's loud. That's loud. I'm gonna turn that off.
I mean, yeah, I don't need the sound, but wow. Stop it. You're gonna get copyright struck.
Oh, that's right. I will. But like, look at that. And it's in a different aspect ratio.
That is so weird. But those Ebra shots look so much better.
Yes.
Without that weird like orange filter on it.
So yeah, apparently there's two versions of the film. One with
and that looks like it has a blue filter on it.
Mm-hmm. The blue and the green filter's gone.
The green filter, because it looks so much more natural. I would probably like the movie better.
And it's missing the subtitles.
Well, that's unfortunate, but if I could get a supercut of this that had the subtitles, but no weird filters on it. Criterion, make it happen.
See, what I would like to see happen, because Arrow did this with Ryuhei Kitamura's verses. I'd love for Criterion to get their hands on Final Wars and then have Kitamura come in and like approve the restoration, because he's still alive and well. Why not have him oversee the 4K restoration and then have it like director approved with, because he would all, if it's anything like his Versus approved restoration, he would have those filters removed.
Right.
And then people would be like, well, it's missing the filters. And then people would argue, well, Kitamura didn't like the filters, so he wanted to take them out.
Yeah, whose decision was it to have those filters?
His. At the time, in Versus, this is also clear, he likes to do those insane filters. It was just a stylistic choice for him. But as he became a more seasoned director, he stopped doing the filters, which is why Versus, Ultimate Versus and the original Versus removed the color gradings that they had. And people were upset at that, but I mean...
Well, I guess it's one of those things... I mean, it's kind of the George Lucas syndrome, isn't it? You know, where he decides himself. This is not a case of like the controversies that have been happening with these book censorships where they're changing the language of the books, even though the authors have been dead for years. So there's certainly no approval going on there. Although now they're starting to do it for books for whose authors are still alive, which is just ridiculous. But that's a can of worms that I'm not opening right now. But I mean, on one hand, I get it. It's Kitamura's movie. I would say he has a right to go back and change things if he so chooses. But I mean, like I said, it's the George Lucas thing. You know, George Lucas waits 20 years and does special editions of his Star Wars movies, and it actually upset some people.
But
actually, it upset a lot of people.
The problem with Star Wars is they did not release the original versions.
Correct.
And there was added scenes and removed scenes and altered effects, which I would argue is different than color grading.
Mm-hmm.
Color grading, I think, every film naturally goes through color gradings when they're released. Not a single DVD. Like, this is actually something that going
back to physical media release need to happen. Give me a version of Godzilla 2014 I can see. Okay, I'm done. Also, I want the Takarada deleted scene.
I do too. Even with 4K restorations, there is no way we can get a film back to its original theatrical version because of the color grading. Color grading alone will alter it, so no matter what, the colors will not be the exact same as they were seen in theaters. That is something that is impossible due to time to do.
How recent has color grading been a thing? Because I think I saw a YouTube video recently that talked about how 80s movies feel different because they don't go through a bunch of digital color grading. They basically had to light it exactly how they wanted it on set and use that.
Let me see here. I want to believe that, but I also feel like there was a little color grading going on. I mean, color grading could just simply be, they did it in like The Wizard of Oz.
Okay.
Like, it was a different way. Mm-hmm. It's like the atomic breath. Mm-hmm. Initially, it was drawn on. Now it's digital.
Mm-hmm.
It's still kind of the same thing. They did that with Shin Ultraman too. They have the same guy who's done it since '66, except it's a different. It's digital, not practical.
Animated. Yeah.
Yes. So like, for my for my film, let me see if I can just pull them up here. I've been filming on my phone, digital camera. There's no film with that. So a lot of the look I have solely like gotten because I've went in and I've altered the color grading. So color grading is, to me, something you have to do for whatever your project is. Now you can do close to accurate, and I think you definitely should. I feel like going in and digitally altering stuff so it's drastically different is wrong. But like, my camera cannot pick up the colors that are actually on the screen.
Right.
It is not good enough to do that. So for like the film I'm making, I require going in post and in Premiere and altering the footage ever so slightly. Here we go. Hang on. Can I? Oh no.
What'd you do?
I found it, and then Messenger decided to say no.
Of course it did.
I hate Facebook Messenger.
There's a lot of things to hate about Facebook.
Okay, let's find it again. Almost there. I don't know what I'm singing, but I know that's a song.
It sounds like Star Wars. Or no, actually it might be Final Fantasy.
I don't know Final Fantasy, but
yeah, but you probably heard the tune.
Okay. Open image in new tab. Oh, that's tiny.
Bad jokes. Bad jokes. Bad jokes.
Is sure. Okay. So let me add these. Oh, it won't let me do it that way. Present.
This is great live streaming.
I know, right? I mean, the whole idea is this is. Can I just? Oh, I can't do it that way, can I? Nope, I can't. Oh, maybe I can just do this.
Just trying to show off your color grading.
My color grading. I can't zoom in. Humbug.
Okay, Scrooge.
I am a Scrooge. It's blurry, but that's okay. Okay. Present. Share screen. Share screen. Okay. So this it's a blurry representation, but this is what the footage looked like. This is what the boxed in. This is what it was shot while I was sitting outside of my car window. This is what it looked like, right? So then I did some color grading, and I went from that to this.
Oh.
So it's darker. It's a little more saturated, but the colors are more vibrant, and it looks more interesting. So in my case, I feel like it looks older with that color grading, which is something that I was aiming for, was that look. And it works, but the issue, I think, is a lot of people go overboard with their color grading, and that is the problem that a lot of people have.
Which is why I think for some people they like older movies, like particularly from say the 80s, because it was more naturalistic in its color palette. They aren't going in post-production and messing with it quite as much. Or if they did, it was usually more drastic and stylized.
Say that one more time.
I think that's why people like, at least of a certain age, like older movies, because the color palette is more natural, more naturalistic.
Yes.
And if there was work done in post-production to change how it looked, it was done drastically and more obviously for stylistic purposes.
Right. Yeah.
Also, it was still filmed on film. Which
Like
is what
I
people
could, I could do, like I could do this, and now like I'm lit up, right?
Uh-huh.
And then when I turn this off, like then I'm still slightly overexposed.
Mhm.
But it's a little more accurate, and I think a little more visually interesting to watch, especially for a stream. Now, like I jokingly did this, and like
you realize I have been sitting here waiting for the demon voice to show up, and I have not been graced with the demon voice.
Do you want me to go into the demon voice?
At least once. I've been waiting for the last 3.5 hours for the demon voice.
Do you want the demon voice?
Yes!
This is the color going with my life.
I don't know how you did that, but I am kind of jealous.
Wait, both of your arms and both of your legs, and then we will eat your face. You will be this armless, legless, faceless thing rolling down the street. And it turned. It lived.
Actually, that shot right there with you looking right at the camera with the blue light and the red light kind of covering half your face on each side, well, that was kind of brilliant.
We are Venom.
I will pay you to sing me happy birthday in a couple of months with the demon voice.
You have a deal. All you have to do, Ethan, is sign.
Get thee behind me. Oh my gosh. I bring it up because one, I want to know how you did it. Two, I have been eyeballing a new version of my soundboard. There's a Mark II model that I think actually has not only buttons for sound effects, but I can also assign filters, voice filters to different buttons. And then I hit it. And then anytime people speak into their microphone, it will actually change their voice in the recording instantly. So I can like hit it, and then whoever talks into their microphone will sound like a robot. And I'm like, I need this in my life right now. I love this soundboard, but I need this new one in my life right now.
Yes, Nathan. It's the new soundboard.
Okay, you want some more multiverse action right now? Hey, is that my dad?
Yes.
Hey, Dad, how's it going? I haven't seen you in a while. You finally tell me who my mom is?
You were born without a mother.
I'm having a little trouble understanding what you're saying, but that might be because I don't have any ears. I'm a skeleton. This is what this stream has come to now.
Yeah, I was gonna say this
Rito
is where...
talking with Satan.
I think this is where we have hit the end of the road.
Darn it. I had like another hour to go before I could top Danny.
Well, who's to say you can't come on again?
Yeah, for sure.
This is true. But this has been fun. I mean, I didn't end up in blue and red lighting last time, I don't think. I think it was
No, I don't think so.
And I didn't get it, so it was perfectly...
Oh, yeah, that does look really good. I don't know what magic voodoo that you pulled off to do this.
Is it... It's red and blue. It's red and blue. Ah, this is so cool.
It is.
This is why I love my studio light setup. It's pretty effective.
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, quite. Aha! Third.
There. Fourth. I did it earlier. I did it earlier and you didn't
we did. That's
acknowledge
right.
it.
So yeah, it's only
it's
four somehow.
Four.
This whole time.
And then one of your multiverse buddies said it too.
Oh, that's
so there's
true.
5. So there was 5.
5. Yeah. I'm a little amazed there wasn't more. You look like the Godzilla versus Kong poster.
Danny, you have awakened an evil spirit that will hunt you down until you will repay for your sin you have committed.
Someone finally decided to make Godzilla versus the devil, and Elijah's the devil.
Let them fight.
Can you sing the Jet Jaguar song for us, Mr. Satan? Dramatic pause.
Eat rocket made of steel. Eat sushi from a pail. Jet Jaguar. Jet Jaguar. He mother never really loved him. He tried fighting covers up basic insecurity. He think he covers up an Adam's apple the size of a Toyota. He basically good-hearted, but he'd like to smash that kid against the rock. Knock, knock, knock. He had looks like he Jack Nicholson. Don't smile like that. I will stay that way. Yamaha! Don't touch my bags if you please, Mr. Customs Man.
What have I unleashed upon the world? Can we officially dub this the littlest gatekeeper voice now? Like this is what you're gonna do from now on. Whenever someone says something on your podcast that makes you angry, and you have to put them in their place and tell them they're a fake fan.
Nathan, I want you to tell me something that I don't agree with.
Trying to give me what can I trigger you with? Godzilla versus Kong is a fantastic movie.
Nathan, you have sinned the highest sin, and I will take you down to the seventh layer of hell. Godzilla versus Kong is an abomination against God, and that means it is me. You will never live again in the light of this world. You will live a dark, dark, demented, tormented life in hell.
Okay, here. This will be a different way to trigger you. I've never seen Tetsuo the Iron Man.
Nathan Marchand, you have not witnessed cinematic purity, known as Tetsuo the Iron Man, directed by Mastermind Shinya Tezuka. You have seen the highest sin, and you will die in a fiery pit of hell. Is that laughing idea? There is no laughing, only crying and yelling and screaming and pain and suffering.
You should watch more anime.
I will never watch more anime. Anime is a sin of the highest level. Anyone who watches anime will be visited by me when they least expect it, and they will regret their decisions in life. Tell me, Nathan, do you feel that?
Neon Genesis Evangelion is one of the best animes ever.
So it takes a lot of air to do all this.
Yeah, I noticed.
And my head feels a little lightheaded. Well, I just wanted to say, with all the color grading going on right now, that I am definitely like giving off some major Dr. Gill vibes right now.
Yeah, you are. Maybe you have been subconsciously channeling him this entire time.
Hang on. I'll do one more.
My name is Dr. Gill. I am the head of Doc. We will take over the world, and we will control it with my remarkable androids.
Wow. That's all I have to say. Just wow.
Hang on, I'm getting a phone call.
What?
Hello?
I have a request, please.
Go ahead.
I have a request. So am I on there now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Hi, Nathan. Long time listener, first time caller. So in that voice that you just did, I need you to say the word cockroach. So there you go. I'm gonna leave you with that.
Why didn't I think of that?
want to see my cockroach? My cockroaches will feast on your flesh. Welcome to Kaiju Conversation After Hours.
Or is it before hours? Because I'm not live streaming, or I'm not podcasting yet.
Oh my gosh!
I feel like
the forbidden audio. Listeners, viewers, Kaiju Conversationalists. It is with relief and a little bit of sadness that you will never hear punch drunk Elijah ramble for an hour about cockroaches. Thanks to Zillafoot. With myself and a certain Danny DeManna. It was horrifying and yet glorious, all at the same time. Did you listen to it when I sent it to you?
I listened to a little bit.
Do you remember any of it?
Cockroach. You want to see my cockroaches?
My face hurt while listening to it.
Oh no, I gotta share this. I gotta share this.
What are you doing? What are you doing? No, don't do it, Elijah. Don't do it.
Danny sent something that is so true.
Don't do it. No.
Danny sent something that is so true.
Oh no.
Please
I'm
don't
scared.
be tiny.
I'm so scared.
Oh, it's a little blurry. Let me go back. Okay. Present. Share.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
He said, and I quote, "Same energy." I do kind of have the blue in the eye too.
You do. That is your new profile pic right there. I dare you to make that your new profile pic.
Nah, I'm good. I'm pretty happy with the one I got. See, this is why I don't turn my camera on a lot, because between these streams and Rex, there's a ton of weird screenshots of me making weird faces.
You could become a meme.
I'm a walking meme.
You could become a new meme template. There are people who have gotten famous by becoming a meme and nobody knows who they are, actually.
Well, it's good to know my rise to fame will be a meme. And then I'll be working and a kid will walk up and say, "You look like a meme." And I'm like, I get that a lot.
It is Friday in California.
It is a fine day in California.
Oh my gosh, don't get me started on that. There was apparently a debate over it. And actually, it's today is Friday.
Today is Saturday. No, it is. Oh, wait. Today is Friday.
Ha! It is the last 30 seconds of Friday. So it is still Friday. Boom.
That's true. It's still the last 30 seconds of Friday.
That actually sounds like a movie title. The last 30 seconds of Friday.
I mean, it does. It definitely does. Right,
Well,
light.
there you
Right,
go. You
light.
can have that one for free, Elijah. Make a movie
So
called The
much.
Last 30 Seconds of Friday.
Thank you so much. Oh, that's kind of cool.
What?
The new lighting.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna reduce it so we're back to the red and blue. God. This will be my legacy. When I'm dead, this video
This stream.
is still gonna be on, and people will get to hear me be a demon.
Because Elijah has actually been the Antichrist this entire time. You are the omen.
Oh my god. I should also add that I'm a huge Weekend fan, so for anybody out there that already has a reason to hate me, there's another reason to hate me.
There's a laundry list at this point. And now Mr. Damana says it's past your bedtime. Oh, it's past my bedtime. Oh.
It is past your bedtime.
I would have thought it would be past Elijah's too, because he's 12. I mean, he doesn't have school tomorrow, but
Summer break.
summer
break.
break. Wait, summer in
Spring.
March.
It's spring. It's
break.
spring. It's spring. We're in the spring. It's spring break.
You get spring break the first week of spring? What?
4 mode?
4 mode? Huh?
Ford Motor Company?
Fortnite mode? What? 4 more hours. 4 more hours.
Nah, I can't do that. I can't. No, do that. I can't.
I'm not. We're not talking about Die Ranger, okay?
Oh God.
God, actually, that's a good. That's a good question to ask, Elijah. What? Well, you've already talked about Godzilla vs. Kong for 5 hours. Is there anything else Toku related that you could talk about for 5 hours? Cockroaches.
The Criterion Godzilla said I did recording for 10 hours.
You what? How?
I had a free day and I just started rambling and it kept going.
How could you ramble about what Blu-ray said?
15 movies. Unfortunately, that audio is gone.
Oh.
Yeah. But I did it once.
Okay. That is next level podcasting right there. Okay. I don't think I know anybody else who actually sat down and recorded something for 10 hours.
Oh God, that made me look like I didn't have a neck. I have a neck, everybody. Neck. And it's not long. It's not long.
You're not a giraffe. That's good to know. Nor are you the long-necked woman yokai.
This is true. I am not the yokai. I am not a yokai.
I am not the yokai. I am a human being.
Can confirm I am not a yokai. Okay. With that, Nathan, I feel like we've gone completely bonkers. We've gone to like Kaku Ranger levels. So I think now is a perfect time for you to do your shameless self-promotion and do your promotion.
Did someone say yokai? Yes. But shameless self-promotion. So, yes, I mean, I've kind of been doing it this entire time. I mentioned all the stuff. Check out my podcast, The Monster Island Film Vault, Henshin Men, and The Power Trip. And go check out my author website, nathanjsmarchand.com, which I have started updating again for the first time in a while, including a blog post where I listed what seems like dozen book signings and conventions I'm trying to go to this year because I'm nutty. And you can follow me on the socials. I got a couple of them here on the screen. One is for myself as an author. One is for the Monster and Film Vault podcast. And you can also find Henshin Men on Twitter, and the Power Trip is also on Twitter as well. And I have a Facebook page, a professional Facebook page called The Worlds of Nathan Marchand, and the Film Vault is on there as well. And then I have 2 Facebook groups for a couple of my podcasts. We have Power Rangers Legacy for the Power Trip, and the Markalite Lounge, a hangout for MIFV and Henshin Men fans. You can also go there as well. I think I've covered all the important stuff at this point. Oh, I should mention, I'm a regular cast member on Power Rangers the Audio Drama from Scyther Podcast. I play Rito Revolto. It's not Rito Revolto. That's on the show. On the podcast, he's Rito Bandora. And as of this week, I have been cast in Scyther Podcast X-Men the Audio Drama. I play Deadpool.
You seem like a fourth wall breaking character.
Yeah, it's the only version of excuse me. It's the only version of Deadpool I've ever heard who knows he's in a podcast.
I thought you were about to literally say it's the only version of Nathan Marchand that can actually break fourth wall. I was going to say, Nathan, what are you? Oh my god!
No, we had other people breaking the fourth wall for us tonight.
your many versions of yourself are really shining through.
Yeah, it has been. He said the thing. Yay. Oh, okay. The shameless self-promotion. Apparently that is my catchphrase. It's not seeking entertainment and enlightenment through tokusatsu. None of that. No, apparently my catchphrase is shameless self-promotion.
Wait, hang on. I'm getting an important call again. Hang on. Hello?
Please hold me up to the microphone. Do it now.
I'm doing it.
I thought I heard somebody mention a fourth wall break, and well, I just thought I'd sneak in right before the end. What are you laughing at, Nathan? Oh, I do love the sound of your laughter. It is so musical. Now you have to understand, I'm not just a co-worker of Mr. Marchand. I'm a fan, a very big fan. All the things he's plugged, I can recommend. I mean, I am watching this stream right now, aren't I? You could say I'm maybe a bit of a crazy super fan. After all, it just gets very lonely down here in my dungeon of despair with my beautiful Matongo children. But we won't be down here forever. No, we won't. We won't be locked down here forever, because soon we will rise up and the whole world will see. We'll see what we're capable of, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. Anyway, great stream. See you all later.
Why does all of your characters have my phone number?
I don't know.
Did you sell my phone number?
Maybe.
Are you sure you're not spam, Nathan?
No, I'm not spam. Wonderful spam. No, I needed to raise the money to pay you to cover the Dragon Lizard duology somehow.
Oh, it's all a coop.
A coop?
A coop
Of chickens?
Yeah. Nothing but us chickens in here now.
A coup d'etat of chickens?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
What has happened to us? I think we need to end the stream. As much as I want to beat Danny's record, I think we need to end the stream.
Really? That's almost like I've been saying that. Before we do that, I'm
Or
Elijah.
we get interrupted again.
I am Elijah, the host of Kaiju Conversation. If you want to support me, you can follow me on Twitter at ET13 Productions. On Twitter. Did I just say Twitter twice? On Twitter at ET13 Productions, on Instagram at ET13 Productions, or on YouTube at ET13 Productions. If you want to support the podcast, get ready for our podcast sign-off. Don't forget to rate us on iTunes. That boosts our ratings and helps us get recommended to more people just like you. We've been review bombed, so if you guys could leave us a 5-star rating, that'd be greatly appreciated. If you don't have an Apple device, which I don't blame you, I don't. That's a lie. I'm using an MacBook Pro right now. You can rate us
lying, Elijah.
I'm sorry, it's in my name, Elijah, right? I got bullied with that once.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a friend who called me Nathan Marchand for a while. I'm like, oh, wow, that's so clever.
I was told in like 7th grade that I lie a lot because my name's Elijah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was pretty stupid. I didn't even care. Because then I said,
Knock, knock, the devil ain't benevolent as I've ever been.
You can rate us on Spotify.
You know what? I bet there's no... You're not hitting a button to make that happen. You're actually just possessed.
Yes, Nathan. I need to be exercised.
The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. Why aren't you spewing pea soup? This normally works.
There's no cockroach.
Anyway, you were saying.
If you want to stay up to date with all things Kaiju Conversation related, tweet us and follow us on Twitter at KAIJU_CONVERS. If you don't have Twitter, you can follow us on Instagram or like us on Facebook. If you're like me before podcasting and you don't have any social media, lucky you, you can email us at kaijuconversation@gmail.com. All lowercase, all one word, you know the drill. And as always, we'll read your reviews on air for everybody to hear on the podcast, not the live streams. We also have a Teespring store. Eventually, we'll have original artwork, but until then, you can sport one of our awesome logos. If you'd like to chat with me one-on-one, check out the Discord server where you can chat with me, like I said, or others that have similar interests, things just like you. Recently, the most recent conversation in our general chat was about the new SHMA Gamera Rebirth reveal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that.
So a lot of good stuff there, a lot of great people, great community. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel right down there and hit the bell so you can be notified anytime we upload. Sometimes we post exclusives to the channels like bloopers or rap videos or
forbidden audio. Wait, no.
Yeah, no, you won't let me release that one. Did I? Oh, no.
Neither will Danny. Danny said no, too.
Why, Nathan? Why won't you let me release it?
Do you want to still have a career?
No, Nathan, I don't want to have a career.
We all know that's a lie. Wait.
ET moment. ET moment. ET moment.
Fist bump.
Oh, God.
Shake on it.
And you can watch stupid I'm about to break my code. You can watch stupid videos and live streams just like this.
America can be summed up in one word.
Amen to that one. We also have an interview with Mechagodzilla designer Jared Kuchevsky. I probably butchered his last name, but we do have that on the channel. A huge thanks to Rex to editing all of the episodes for the podcast and other content we upload. He did not touch this, as it's obvious. It's a train wreck. His links can be found in the description below. Along with Rex, we'd like to give a huge shout out and thanks to Danny DeManna of the Godzilla Novelization Project for his amazing vocals on our theme song. You can support him by following him on Twitter at Danzilla93_GNP, or visit his website, GodzillaNovelizationProject.com. And a huge thanks to Gratton Conwell from the podcast Giant Monster BS for composing the music for our theme song. You can support him by following the podcast on Twitter at Giant Monster BS or on any podcast platform under the name Giant Monster BS. And with that, we're going to wrap things up here. A huge thanks to you, Nathan, for coming on here to this lovely live stream that turned into a train wreck of a live stream, probably. But you know what? It was fun. We got to talk to Mark Bailey of Giant Bug Cinema about the book and support and campaign for the Rondo Awards. We got to talk about physical media, upcoming movies, Power Rangers, Godzilla, Ultraman, everything in between. And we got to talk about art. Because at the end of the day, we are all artists. Even if this was the disaster artist of a stream, we got to do it anyway.
Be careful. You might get a phone call from Tommy Wiseau. I'm trying to speak it into existence right now.
I would love
to end the stream now.
I would love it if Tommy Wiseau called me right now. I would absolutely love that. It would be the greatest thing if Tommy Wiseau would call me right now.
Now you're trying to speak it into existence.
I am.
I see what you're doing here.
I am. For the people remaining, Danny.
I mean, you keep in mind, Tommy is working on a kaiju movie. It's called Big Shark. He put the trailer out a couple years ago.
Yeah. He's too busy promoting Big Shark.
I'm sure
Tommy Wiseau could call me right now, though. I guarantee you. He could call me right now, right, Danny? I bet he could.
I mean, Danny's friends with him. I mean, he could put in a good word for us, right? He's probably texting Tommy right now.
He probably is.
He's like, hey, Tommy, you need to take a break from Big Shark and go on this live stream to promote Big Shark. It'll be great.
So yeah, if Tommy could absolutely call, like that'd be perfect right now. Come on, Danny. I know you got it. I know you got.
Make it happen. Make it happen. Come on.
You got the contacts. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna stay up all night if I have to.
That's how we're gonna get 4 more hours. We're waiting on Tommy. You've heard of waiting for Godot. This is waiting for a Wiseau.
Wow.
All quality content right there.
Somebody's calling at this ungodly hour. Hello.
Hey everybody, I heard you mention my name on the stream, huh?
Yes, hi. How are you?
Hello there, my name is Tommy Wiseau. How are you today, huh?
I'm great. I'm absolutely amazing now that you're on the phone.
That's wonderful. And keep in mind, if you ever need anything ever, I will come help you, which is why I call you right now, huh?
Thank you so much, Tommy. I'm so appreciative of that.
You're the guy that like little baby face. Do you have my underwear? Have you bought yet, huh?
Yeah, I bought your underwear.
Oh, that's wonderful. Do you want me to sign? I kid. That's a joke. I made it funny. Anyway, I want you all to come see Big Shark when it opens up. It's not Mickey Mouse stuff, huh? It's a real big Hollywood movie, huh? You come watch it, and we all have a big party together. And I can't tell you any more else about it. It's confidential, huh?
Okay. Yeah, just send me the Addy. I'll come over.
Now, you'll just remember, I have to go now, but keep in mind that if the whole world love each other, the world will be a better place to live. You don't want to be fed up with this world.
This is true. You speaking fast.
That's very true.
You spitting
so anyway,
fast.
Tommy, you should have called.
I love Lisa so much. Bye-bye.
Oh, I was going to say, Tommy, you should have called earlier and told Mark hi.
You're so funny. Well, with that, I'm going to end the stream now. And thank you so much. We're going to wrap things up here. Again, thank you so much for listening. And as always, everybody, please remember, life's too short to not talk big. Bye, guys.
Cockroach.